Well, that's a very blunt question.
Advance is lying to you.
Hello everybody. How is it going?
Friends and neighbours, and have
We are
confidence that the
doing
team will keep you safe.
some more. Not for
Now
broadcast.
we start to see, yes, the people never happy. It's never enough.
We will know. We control the telephone.
I'm not
And continue. Scrum business. I forgot that was the name. Da, 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 da. Baby, it's a heat wave.
Alex, I've noticed the valves are heating up excessively due to the current heat wave. When they get too hot, the trip switch will blow, as you've seen. Once things have cooled down and the trip switch
There we
is
go.
back to normal, you can get the power back on. You should keep the fan pointed at the correct valve by aiming it up and down.
I did it.
Middle gauge when you're facing the
I
screen
did it.
will warn you, so keep an eye on it. Also, maintenance tells me that the fan power switch occasionally turns off for no good reason, so keep an ear open for that too. I'm sure you've already worked all this out though, Alex. You're a rising star at this network and we're all very
Raising you.
Who's down the sun, have you?
Yes, they've just
Fuck
stopped
you. I'm
on
not
the
playing
work
your
switch.
stuff.
Classical illusions are no substitute for air
Brandon Smith's
conditioning.
impressive
I
new home
genuinely
computer
thought he'd been
entertainment
about to
system?
move.
Yes.
Not even
Ew,
here.
and a new
Yes, but he
VCR
is.
player.
Our gun-toting handler.
Who, Andy?
I'll
I
take
don't
to
know what
part
the
of
fuck his name is, do I?
The
He
bold
appears to
new
keep us safe from
shampoo of
people like
eye
his
from
rock.
Eye of
Come
the
on, keep
Beholder.
us in line.
Yeah.
I hate guns. Give me the willies.
10 seconds, everybody.
So, we've got any actual real news tonight?
Well, the world's on fire. That good enough for you? Going in 5, 4.
Familiar.
Good evening. I'm Jeremy Donaldson. Our main headlines tonight.
Jeremy.
Siege mentality. The World Council today established a military blockade to enforce the unjust and punitive sanctions now entering their 10th
We'll go
week.
with B.
In a statement from team headquarters a short time ago, Prime Minister Julia Salisbury issued a commanding response to this unprovoked escalation.
The regrettable decision taken by the World Council this morning have left the citizens
does
of
not
this country
seem-
isolated and fearful.
Excuse me. Woo!
But Advance have prepared for this day. Our stockpiles are large, our wealth is
Sure, we'll go with that.
unfathomable, and we will defend our citizens with every last breath from this latest brutal and calculated act of war.
Overacting the
with
hell out of
you.
that.
One team, indivisible and strong.
Shut up.
Match day. Reformed bad boy Johnny Hamsleeves was seen out in public today for the first time since leaving rehab. The rehabilitated
Boyfriend.
former sports star was photographed returning to public life, looking like a new man this morning as he shopped with
Boyfriend.
friends. Ever since his
Boyfriend.
crowd-pleasing appearance on the Whitney Chittimack show, the rumor mill has been wondering if a new relationship might be on the cards.
Yay.
Sources close to Johnny say a romance with ex-teammate Eric Justin would be no surprise and was common knowledge in the locker room.
Yay.
Though judging by the team's recent form, they may be the only ones scoring this season.
Ha!
In it to win it. Exciting news from Advance today
Oh,
with the
boy.
announcement of a new monthly prize draw for all team membership card holders. Every month, lucky winners from across the country will be picked at random to receive what Team HQ are describing as unique prizes worth more than money used to be. Take up on the scheme has been much higher than expected, and if this lucky winner's delighted face is anything to go by, it looks like pretty soon everyone's going to have one. Flawed-hearted, a shocking
Flawed-hearted.
inspection of Remington Smith's new Flood factory has revealed health concerns that
Oh,
could leave the
no.
groundbreaking facility's future in doubt. After the public's lukewarm response to the industrial plant, the troubling report that found a possible long-term risk to shop floor workers could be the final nail in the coffin. CEO Sophia Remington, however, was optimistic that her employees would remain loyal. But perhaps she spoke too soon. As these photos clearly show,
Go with this.
workers are taking the warnings very seriously, and some have even abandoned their posts to seek medical advice. It seems like my mother was wrong. A flood a day won't keep the doctor away. Oh, Captain, my Captain. Progress today for the stranded scientists of Dante's Taint, as the captain leading their rescue mission is announced. The trapped team have survived in the cave system for many months now, but hope is on the horizon as the expedition leader is announced by the Board of Underground Theoretics. Given rumours of incompetence throughout his career, Captain Archibald Viator III has proven a controversial choice. His troubling service record includes accusations of being drunk, disorderly, and disrobed on duty. Classy.
The 3
Life
D's
during
of
wartime.
incompetence.
As if we didn't have enough aggressors on our borders, internal problems are growing for the government as radical activist group Disrupt caused chaos in Parliament Park last night. Scuffles broke out after the protests, resulting in multiple arrests and the injury of 3 community cohesion officers. Vance have yet to comment. As grassroots support for the movement grows rapidly, especially in those areas that Vance have not yet been able to fully regenerate, people across the country are starting to fear a return to the bad old days of inequality, division, and multiple television shows about buying houses. All this, and I'll be talking to some people with fascinating medical conditions, as well as one of the contenders in this year's Feline Football Championship,
Oh.
and her proud owner. That's all up on tonight's National Nightly News.
Ah, fuck. Wait, I forget how to do it. There's a scroll wheel. Oh, God. Ah. No. Ah. All my shit's down. Ah.
Don't forget about that pesky power button on the fan.
I forget how to do that.
But first tonight, our team of correspondents has been dispatched to every corner of the country to see how the
forget
people
how
of
to
this
do
great
it.
nation of ours are coping with this unprecedented hot weather. First, let's go to Megan Wolf in Shining-on-Sea to see what the scientific community has to say. Megan,
Whoops.
how's the weather there?
It's absolutely glorious, Jeremy. Thank you for asking. I'm here with Dr. Anna Burns of the University of Princeton. Are you enjoying the weather as much as I am?
Oh, yes, it's wonderful, isn't it? My eyelids are sweating.
And you're part of a team
Ew.
carrying out a study into just what's causing this unbelievable heat, is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Yes, we want to be able to reassure the public once and for all that there's absolutely nothing to worry about and that they can enjoy their
I don't like the
sunstroke and balsam
bleeps and
fuels
bloops. It makes me nervous.
You sound very confident about that.
Oh, very much so. I can say without any hesitation, there's really no
Electrified
cause for any
controls,
concern
protective
here.
equipment must be
I've
worn.
actually
Operate at
left
your
my
own
car
risk. No
running.
unauthorized personnel.
So tell
Report
us about
violations
this experiment.
immediately.
Well, we take data from weather stations from all over the world, along with atmospheric samples, and we take all that and we feed it into this state-of-the-art computer. And
Computer?
very soon we'll be getting a high-tech readout of the results.
Blimey, that sounds very fancy.
I should just say, none of this would be possible without the generous support of Rivington's Fist. This is all thanks to their unrivaled investment in our
Hey!
future, and may I just say, complimentary personal anecdote. Oh, here we go.
Ooh, we're getting the results.
And, as expected, everything is absolutely fucked. Hang on. This can't be right.
Uh-oh.
Obviously, you said a second ago that everything is absolutely fine, so...
Fuck,
Actually,
that's why it
I'm
wasn't working. I was hitting the
concerned
wrong button. I was
that
hitting
just said,
control instead of
My
alt.
God, why? We should be celebrating these wonderful results, I think.
Yeah? We need to evolve gills within 40 years. It just says shit.
Look at you. This is meant to be a celebration. Can't go around looking like that.
Shit,
Uh-oh.
There you go. Much
shit.
better. Can I just say thank you again to Sophia Remington for providing
Oh
this.
dear.
We don't have long. Time is
It's
running
running out. Absolutely right. That is
Stay
all we
on.
have time for.
Abandon hope and return to the forest.
Enjoy that. I'd like to thank Dr. Burns for just one opinion on the climate.
The sea will reclaim us all.
There you have it, Jeremy. Proof, if proof be need be, that everything is just fine. I'm Megan Wolf, here with science. Back to you.
Megan Wolf there, attempting to do some actual news. Next, heads over to Robin Short, who's in Scritchford with some of the winners of this week's team membership lottery. Robin?
Thanks, Jeremy. I'm here in Scritchford with Gary Failsafe,
Gary
a janitor at
Failsafe.
the local school, and Amelia Jackhammer, an aspiring poet.
Stay
Both of
on.
you were drawn at random from those who hold team membership cards to receive this week's amazing prize. How do you feel? Filled with fervent euphoria.
Yeah, good. Yeah.
Ah, fuck.
All that we had to do was fill in a quick
I hit
form
space.
or two. Wow,
Whoops.
that sounds so convenient, but we're all dying to know. What have you won? That's right, Robin. I've won dinner with Julius Salisbury at one of the capital's top
Wow.
restaurants. Ooh, swanky.
And I've been invited to Peter Clement's house to help him dredge the gutter in.
That's
Oh.
absolutely terrific. You must both be over the moon. I've written a poem about it. So, can you tell me about the moment when you first heard the news?
Well, I was battling against a particularly difficult floater, probably one of the sixth formers, when the headmaster came and found me.
I was involved in a similarly brutal conflict with a particularly arduous stanza. So you were both polishing turds?
No, I don't like to polish them. I like to keep them intact for my collection.
Oh.
Collection?
How unexpected. I don't
Pardon?
polish turds. I write poetry.
Same thing.
Potato, potato. So Gary,
Potato, potato.
Peter Clement's going to let me keep the contents of his downpipe.
there's no harm in asking, I suppose.
Would you like to hear one?
These are
No,
some weird
thank
folk.
you. Gary, when you signed up for team membership, was it in hopes of winning the lottery, or were there other reasons?
I like a flutter, of course, but no, the boss said I had to sign up to keep coming into school.
Very sensible. It's important to know who we're trusting around our children.
Oh, I have an unpublished book of sonnets about children. Perhaps you'd like to hear one.
No!
Or an anthology of haikus on the death of innocence.
I'd rather hear about Gary's turd collection.
Really? I thought you might say that.
Say what now?
Are you all right?
Yes, it's coming.
Huh? Oh, fuck! Oh, shit!
It's inspiration, and it's delicious.
Right you are.
Oops. Ah!
Today on the show, there's no
Ah,
news.
man, I gotta pay
Just a
more
man
attention.
who keeps multiple poos.
Yeah,
Then
this big one's my favourite. See how it's fibrous.
Would you encourage
Ah,
other people
yes.
to enter for their
The
chance
turd
to win?
collection.
If it's colour you're looking for, take a gander at old Blue Eyes here.
the national news lost its way when it covered some crap on a tray.
Some of these are quite rare.
Maybe that was unfair.
And that's all we have time for today. Back to you, Jeremy.
Thanks, Robin. What a lucky pair they are. And finally in this segment, it's over to Patrick Bannon, who's gone to the smelliest town in the country to see how the unprecedented weather is affecting the locals. Patrick?
Hello there, Jeremy. Hello, yes. I'm here live in Grizzleford, which has recently voted the
Grizzleford?
smelliest town in the country. And I have to say that, you know, in this heat, the smell really is. I mean, it's something else.
That's
Barry
right, Jeremy.
Lardons, mate, you've lived here your whole life. How'd you put up with the sting?
Well, we're just all very proud of our achievement, to be honest with you.
Can tell that. Look at him, proud as punch.
Do you know what it's like, son, being the second smelliest town?
No, I don't.
Living in the shadow of Arseminster.
Arseminster.
And who's laughing now, eh?
Tell you what, not me, that's for sure. So what happened, mate?
Right, the good people from Remington's Fist came in and saved the day with their factory.
You're talking, of course, about the newly built flour factory.
Yeah, they gave us this big presentation on jobs and growth. But as soon as we heard about the stench, we paid them whatever they wanted to put it here.
No! Turn on!
That affects your life in every way, Barry. I mean, perhaps if you're filling in a tax return or completing the physical act of love.
It's strong at first, but you get used to it after several weeks of your first bout of sickness. The judges were very impressed.
So, what's the sickness?
What's the sickness?
Nothing to worry about. It takes a few minutes before you develop any symptoms. Now, folk are saying something about the production line and how they dump carcasses directly into the waterway, but I think it's probably the few valves on the high street.
On the high street? Should I see a doctor? What are the symptoms?
Well, the first one is asking stupid questions. Then folk experience a loss of inhibition.
Fuck off, do they? When was the last time you brushed your teeth, you stinking old tramp?
Next according is a period of randomly bursting into song, followed immediately by delusions of grandeur.
That's not weird, Tom. I've never sung in my life. Hello, it's sexy Patrick Bannon, and he's wearing sexy shorts now.
Uh-oh.
Oh my God, look at me. I'm like a stallion. I'm gorgeous. Why didn't you tell me?
Uh-oh.
I should take my shirt off. You know what? I'll even let you touch me if you want.
That will be the bout of undeserved self-confidence.
Love the Bannon. Feel the Bannon.
Love the Bannon. Feel the Bannon.
and the ennui.
Ennui?
All that's left now are the hallucinations and unconsciousness.
The what?
Nana Dottie? Was that you? Why are you made out of elbows? You know I don't eat opinions.
Oh,
I'm sure he's fine.
Don't worry, folks. Once he wakes up, he'll be just fine. We'll just find a place to stick him where it won't matter how many times he evacuates his bowels.
Poor Patrick Bannon.
Right. That's all here from Grizzleford, a town that's really making a stink. I'm Barry Lardons.
Okay.
Back to you, Jeremy.
Thanks, Barry. With a naval blockade being set up around our coastline as we speak, when we come back, I'll be talking to 3 members of the general public who appear to be here purely for medical reasons. Don't go away. Unless, of course, you've got something better to do. We'll be back after these messages.
This next section features a potentially controversial guest. Advance may request some censorship if it goes too off-topic. You've done a great job so far keeping everyone happy, so let's keep up the good work.
And I can't do this anymore.
You say this every Friday.
Disrupt has a tape? I'm gonna play it.
What do you mean? Jeremy?
My mic is still...
D, yeah, I did really bad. Whew. I did really bad on that one.
That's what I'm talking about? Cat football? We should be doing an interview with
Cat
the War
football.
Minister, or a report from Grantham Downs. Even the weather will be more fucking relevant than this.
Jeremy, please, just breathe. It's just something light to keep people's minds off things.
Exactly, which is wrong. People's minds should be very much on things. Christ, it's so fucking hot.
Please take your seats as quickly as you can.
I can't do this anymore, Jane. I've had enough. That's it. This is just
10 seconds. Get over yourself, Jeremy. Why don't you stop feeling sorry for yourself for 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News with me, your host, Jeremy Donaldson. Later, we'll be talking to the captain of the territory's first cat football team, Professor Pumpkin. But first, I'm joined by 3 guests with some balmy bodily behaviours. Joining me is a woman who's been hiccuping for over 9 months. Isn't that right, Miss Piercy?
Yes, that's right.
Yes. Tell us, what brought all this on?
Well, it's all a bit of a blur, Jeremy, to be totally frank with you. So I was watching your show and I remember seeing the news about the election, and it hasn't stopped since.
Fascinating stuff. Also here is Frankie Steampipe. Perhaps you could explain to us exactly what your physiological foreboil is.
I'm here to say it's high time people like me were respected. We're constantly overlooked in the workplace, we're whispered about on buses, and we're asked politely to leave children's birthday parties.
Sorry?
And it's disgusting. I'm sorry, my bowels have comic timing.
And finally, I'm joined by a man who answers every question honestly, even when it isn't aimed at him. How do you cope with that, Mr. Truman?
With a combination of booze, self-hatred, and hardcore pornography.
Is that...
Not according to my therapist.
Well, in that case, let's speak to Rose. Tell me, how does the hiccuping impact you?
I get shushed a lot, which is hard. At work, they asked me to stop answering the phones. It's really affected my confidence.
Well, I find it really fucking irritating.
People tend to believe your story?
Fuck no.
Actually, I've been surprised at how much support I've received.
And Frankie, why have you come here today?
Because my wife left me, and I was hoping that the fame would win her back.
We've started a group for people with ailments deemed broadly comical by society. It's called Take Us Seriously.
That's right. And we bloody well mean it.
And who's joined so far?
A bunch of fucking losers.
It's just us so far.
And how much success have you had?
Well, we've seen some real positive changes.
I don't want to toot my own horn, but it's been a runaway success.
Shit all. Not a single person come to our fun run, and all of our leaflets fell in the canal.
Well, Miss Piercy, some people are saying your condition was actually caused by the shocking events of that night. What do you think?
Come down, Mr. Donaldson. That's absolute rubbish.
What'd it be like to have a pair of tits?
Could you? I'm sorry, it's very hot. What was I thinking?
That you're a team fuck puppet?
No.
Or a sellout cunt?
Apologies. Just a reminder that he can't help it. And hey, if this isn't live television, then what is it?
Fuckfest of propaganda masquerading as journalism.
Right, Frankie, Rose, tell us, how can the viewers get involved with your cause?
Yes, we're holding a sponsored run in Capital Park next weekend. It's called the No Smiles 13 Miles.
No, it's called the No Laugh Half. What did I say before the show?
That it was the team pulling Jeremy Donaldson's strings.
No, wow, we may have to end that there, unfortunately. What a harmless bit of fun.
Steady on! This is exactly what I'm talking about. We demand respect.
Yes, well, later, I'll be talking to Professor Pumpkin, a ginger tabby with a world-class pair of penalty paws. Is that really necessary?
No, it isn't. Let go. Not you.
Unhand him at once. Enough! That's enough!
Oh god, this is where it goes. This is where shit gets real.
Alex, don't you dare! Don't you fucking dare cut to the ads before I tell you to. You in the broadcast centre.
Hi.
Bozeman's Little Scapegoat. You listen to me. You cut to the ads before I tell you to, and I will kill every single person in this studio. I am thinking about what I'm doing. I've been thinking about it for a long time. We all should be. Christ, it's so fucking hot in here. Do you remember when we used to do the real news? Before it was all lottery winners and bloody cat football? We are on the brink of a siege, the likes of which the world hasn't seen in hundreds of years. The enemy is at the gates, and I'm stuck here talking to these three fucking idiots.
I think my hiccups have stopped.
You three, get the fuck out of my studio. Go on, now, go, before I change my mind. Jenny, lock the doors. Lock the doors.
Yes, Jeremy.
Now. Good. Yes. Now. Good. Right there. Yes. You in the broadcast centre.
Hi. That's me.
Alex. You listen to me.
I will.
You pay attention.
Yes, sir.
I'm sure you've already loaded up exactly what you're going to play in the commercial, but today is going to be a little bit different. Look to your right. Yes, really. Look to your right.
I already put
There's a VHS tape, and I want you to load it into one of your machines, and when I say so, and not before, you play it.
Sir, yes, sir.
Got about 15 seconds, so I wouldn't waste any time. Now, all cameras.
I assume you won't be playing that tape. This station does not negotiate with terrorists.
I'm playing the tape.
You seem to know what to do.
Every single thing that comes out of this studio is either one-sided or, for now, we're going to show the other side for a bit of fucking balance. Are the good old days. Alex, play the fucking tape. I don't want to hurt any of you. If I see anything I don't like, I will not hesitate to start.
Alex, you're going to get me in trouble with that. Let's hope you made the right
For the
call.
third segment. I imagine the ratings are going to be through the roof.
Nice. A plus, yes, A plus. I did so freaking well.
Is an ID card, no matter what they try to tell you. But why should you trust us? Another faceless organization. A shadowy figure with a distorted voice. You've seen it so many times in the movies. Well, this is not a movie.
Yeah, and unfortunately it's this lunatic.
My name is Alan James. I used to try and shock people for a living.
Yeah, unfortunately
for entertainment.
Is this nutcase who's
Now
leading
we live
it,
in
but...
a time where perhaps you need to be shocked. Perhaps we need to wake up. Advance are coming for our freedoms. They are coming for the fruits of our labors. They will take our wealth. They will euthanize our parents and smiling
Unfortunate. Yup.
They will turn our children against us if we voice our concerns. But we don't have to accept it. great many people already won't. You can resist.
And the
You
studio
can
doors are all
disrupt.
still locked?
Find us.
Yes.
Talk with us. Join us.
So what now?
It isn't hard.
I don't know.
We're everywhere.
This wasn't what I planned. I mean, some of it was. I had speech, look. But this was unexpected. This was unexpected.
So what now, Jeremy? So what now,
It
Jeremy?
was supposed to be your day off.
Good. Please, don't do any more stupid things today.
How long? How long, Jenny?
You're already late.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News. Joining me, unexpectedly, for I very much imagine will be my last broadcast, are two guests. Jenny works here at the National Nightly News and is someone I consider, well, a friend. And next to her is... What's your name?
Andy.
Andy's a policeman. Only we don't call him that anymore. He's a community cohesion official.
Officer.
Sorry?
It's community cohesion officer, CCO.
And how's that feel, Andy? Being rebranded?
It's good. it's not about confrontation anymore. You know, the force had its fair share of problems. The team doesn't have as many.
But it still has some.
I can say.
Couldn't or wouldn't?
I don't know what you want me to say.
Christ, you're fucking useless, aren't you? We'll come back to you later. Jenny?
Don't want to be on the news, Jeremy.
That's perfectly understandable. You'd want to do this. Jenny,
Major trigger warning coming up.
why did you join
This
the National
gets-
Nightly News team?
I always wanted to work in news.
Yes, but why specifically this program? The National Nightly News.
It was the news everyone trusted.
Was?
Is. Do you really want to quibble semantics at gunpoint?
Is there something else you'd rather discuss?
There's a great big Alan James-sized elephant in the room you seem to be ignoring.
What do you mean?
I saw your face when that big went down. You didn't know, did you?
It's about the message, not the messenger.
Like I said, you didn't know.
No. I didn't know. The people I met were with... He wasn't there. I didn't know it was Alan James.
I'm sorry. But seriously. Alan fucking James. You're flushing your life down the toilet for... God, I love you, Jeremy, but...
He's a good speaker. He's popular in the country.
That right?
Look, forget Alan James. There is still something deeply wrong. And you know it, Jenny. And you know it, Andy. And you at home, you know it too. Meanwhile, I'm interviewing a guest who stinks of shit. Patrick is paddling about in shit. And Robin is literally interviewing someone who collects the fucking stuff. I mean, it's not sophisticated, but what a metaphor. We are sleepwalking our way into oppression, and the news isn't saying anything. We're not saying anything.
Says who? Alan fucking James.
What are all those scientists working on at Grentham Downs? What are they testing underground at Altergrave? Andy, your turn. Make yourself fucking useful. How many people have you brought in for consultations just because they weren't carrying or didn't have team membership cards?
Oh, well, there's other forms of identification that we will accept.
For how long?
We're just here to help.
Then why do you need these? Not really help when it's offered at gunpoint, is it, Andy? Let me demonstrate it for you. Let me help you. You read these cards with my notes on it, and you'll probably digest a fact. That'd be helpful, wouldn't it, Andy? Knowing a fact?
Yeah, this gets...
Do you want my help,
Re-
Andy?
Yes, whatever you
This
say.
gets
yes.
really intense.
Eat it.
What?
Eat the fucking news, Andy, or I'll force it down your fucking throat.
Jeremy, stop.
Go on.
Really?
Eat it. Eat it, you fucking bully.
Jeremy, stop. They will kill you. Don't make me watch that.
Massive trigger warning. Like, suicide warning. This gets really intense. If you have issues, click off. I'm 100% serious.
You can go now. You too, Jenny. Fuck off over there.
It's time to flee the country, Jeremy. He doesn't. He does in some sort.
This new regime of ours is so seductive. I understand that. But before we all hand off our freedoms, should we ask to whom we're handing them over? Don't you want to know what's being done in your name? How many people were transitioned last month? A record high. Again, if you care. Shouldn't someone ask Advance how they plan to deal with this blockade? How many years or months of supplies we have? Why aren't we asking these questions instead of whose shit is this? There's a cat backstage dressed as a fucking goalie, for Christ's sake. He's even got the little gloves.
I would like to see the cat.
That's why I arranged for you to see that broadcast from the last break. I didn't know it was going to be him, but I guess that just about sums it up. We are all up Ship Creek with a paddle made of Alan fucking James. Christ, it's also fucking pointless. I was going to quit tonight. Take a holiday. Try something else. Out of the limelight. Maybe try having a relationship. I hear they're nice. Never tried. I loved
them. I cannot stress enough. If you have
well,
massive trigger warning, you can see where this is going. If you have issues, skip past or.
I've lost this fight.
Alex, think of the consequences.
Please, we can't show
If you have issues with this, just leave.
My name's Jenny Donaldson.
Do it now.
If you can.
This needs to be seen, though. This needs to be seen by the world.
Have a peaceful night.
Jeremy!
I'm Sophia Remington, CEO of Remington's Fist, and I'm here today to take you on a trip to tomorrow with the brand new RS Rainbow, a home computer entertainment system.
Yeah. We unfortunately lose our friend. We lose Jeremy. I apologize a lot for how this went. Donaldson's situation has been resolved. All offensive words were censored. An interference-free show, adequately edited. You played one advert too late. Advanced angered by content. Valve's excellently handled. I have received my full wages. I'm technically not Ooh! I'm in manageable debt. Nice. Advance can stay mad? Yeah, Advance sucks. But Disrupt stuff's going up. And Channel 1 still loves me.
I'm sweating like Peter Clement in an off-rise.
Sequence 3, Meltdown. I can just play the entire Meltdown sequence here. Hate those guys? I do too. They're the worst. Why though? Just because I can. In case you wanna. Yeah, so. Day 297, a tape to remember. You wake up still partially in shock from what you saw on the news last night. What you had to edit on the news last night. When you came downstairs, you find your family sat in the living room waiting for you. Take a self between Sam and Susie. Sam swallows, hesitating before ask. We were so worried about you last night. After Jeremy, the gun, Sam should. It was awful. On national television. How could he do that? And now, it's a horrible house. Are you okay, honey? Can't believe he's gone. you. We saw you chose to play that tape. Can't help but wondering why. It seemed like the right thing to do. You did the right thing. I mean, it was a crazy situation, but it was the right thing to play that tape, Charlie said quietly. You hadn't realized how much his support would mean to you. It's good to have your son on your side. For what it's worth, Alex, I think you were in an impossible situation, and somehow you managed to make the right call. Sam throws their arms around you. Only you were stuck in that studio having to make that choice. No one can criticize what you did, and I'm proud of you. You've never been so grateful to have Sam support you. You take a deep breath and gather your thoughts. It's a lot to take in. You're not sure you fully processed what happened last night, let alone what Charlie and Sam think about it. You look to your daughter. I know this is an incredibly difficult thing. We don't always agree, but I do think you made the right choice. He smiles at you. You had to play it. There was just no other option. You put an arm around her, an affectionate squeeze. You didn't know how worried you were about it, but as Charlie makes a stupid joke and you all laugh, you feel the tremendous tension break. Sam rubs your back and tells him to flick on the TV. You couldn't ask for better. Whew. A rebel is born. A muffled thud wakes you and Sam up in the middle of the night. It takes you a few seconds to realize it came from the kitchen. Tenderly make your way to the downstairs, grabbing an umbrella from near the front door. More for comfort than as an actual weapon. You slowly push open the kitchen door. You have the umbrella halfway above your head before you realize Charlie stumbling around in the dark. One of the kitchen chairs has been knocked over and he's up to the elbow in a box of cereal. When he looks up, he's standing in the doorway. Your worry turning into a mixture of curiosity and anger. What the hell are you doing crashing around at this time of night? Your son sheepishly slurs that he was out with some friends and there were a few beers. As he sways on his feet, the strong smell of alcohol wafting from him tells you there was more than a few. You think it's a good idea to go wasting your Saturday nights getting drunk with these mates of yours? He sighs and stares on the floor. Look, you can tell me or I can go get Sam, the three of us can talk about it. He starts the hard tone, listening to fine glare. We're not wasting our nights. What we're doing is important. We're helping Disrupt make a difference. He slams the cereal box on the table in what you're sure was meant to be a grand gesture, but the puff of sugary frosted flakes undermines the effect. 15, go to bed, Charlie. Sleep it off. Charlie chuckles, shaking his head, leaving without a word. Not the reaction you expected. Remember when you used to go to the park together, you'd push him on the swing. Now he's going there for the rallies. God, girl. Hopefully it's only Sam on his way to bed, for his sake. A questionable choice? Got up work early today, a rare enough occurrence to put a spring in your step. As you close the front door, you can hear excited conversation bubbling through the kitchen. Clearly someone's popped around for a cuppa on Sam's Friday out. Hopefully there are still some biscuits left. As you enter the kitchen, you see Sam and Susie enthusiastically discussing something. Your daughter's still in her scrubs, having clearly come straight from work. I got the posting I was hoping for, she guesses. I'll be doing my placement in a new transition center, really helping people like Grandma. Transition center? Why would I want to work at one of those horrible places? It's amazing news. Congratulations, sweetheart. Such important work. Ooh. Why? Because I want to help people. People who are suffering, like Grandma. She's in pain. She's talking about what? Susie and Sam sure knowing, but strange. Hardly surprising you don't get that, though. Well, come on, sweetie. Let's go out. We can discuss it over dinner. My treat. The front door slamming is the last sound before the silence of the house enfolds you. Ouch. A burden born. It's been 6 months since you and Sam last discussed Grandma's ever-increasing medical costs, and Emma, whilst very pleasant, has proved as expensive a nurse as you feared. Can't quite believe it's been that long already, but the sanctions are really starting to hit home now, and unfortunately the government's only solution to help the ailing elderly is a day trip to a transition center. Why does everything have to seem to come back to money now? This time it's you at the kitchen table, surrounded by bills and paperwork when Sam comes to join you. Today Emma told you that there was really nothing more you could do, except an expensive experimental new treatment that might not even help. Sometimes your mom wants the treatment. More often she talks about visiting a transition center. It's hard to know which she really wants. Sam puts a hand on yours. What are you going to do, honey? She's your mother. It has to be your choice. There's nothing we can do. We just can't afford the treatment. That's it. These things are never really a choice. Hopefully the kids will understand. It was all you could do given the circumstances. If only things had been different. Damn. Oof. Indeed. The 20-week war. Got a new
Alex, it's Bozeman here. Hope all's well with the family. Just a heads up, we're expecting those troublemakers at Disrupt to attempt to hack the channel during the broadcast, so keep an eye on the interference screen and stay out of the orange. Let's keep the news on the air. It's important, now more than ever.
Some pensions while they try and fashion a nutritious meal
See,
out of a
few
carrot
wartime
and
experiments for your
a
friends.
cow's tongue and some rhubarb. Not one of the
So,
men.
Julia's team have asked me to ask you to keep it light.
Well, what does that mean?
It means to do that thing you do where you turn politicians into humans. Just don't get drawn into talking about the war or politics in general.
They do know this is the news, don't they?
Yeah.
You don't hear this from me,
It's
but
over to Patrick Bannon for all the day's sports board highlights, including all the tabletop action.
apparently there's a crew at Team HQ right now. I'm just giving a speech or something tonight. They'll get it on the labels.
Oh, great. So they get the brains and we get the performing monkey.
Sometimes it sounds just like him, you know.
Which tells the cautionary tale
How
of
are you?
one brave young lady's battles to survive the cruel administrations of our neighbours.
It
At
is what it is.
11:25, it's inside.
Rest in peace, Jeremy.
Tonight, Dr. Adrian Atkinson Blimey will be getting his teeth into Fiona from Handle Bandit.
Fought for what he
10
believed in
seconds,
to the
everybody.
end.
On the humble biscuit. And that takes us, after the weather and public information
Going in
film,
5,
into our close down.
4,
But first
3.
tonight, it's time to join Megan and the team for the National Night.
Good evening. This is the National Nightly News. I'm Megan Wolf. It's the 140th day of war. Our main headlines tonight. Company of Heroes. Skirmishes on land and sea again today as our armed forces tested the mettle of the World Council's illegal blockade. Advance's strategy of multiple small-scale incursions into the disputed zone is certainly keeping the enemy on high alert, unable to work out where or when the next strike will come. Sadly, however, more casualties were reported today, and as the weeks and months of this war make ever more demands on our armed services, those numbers will, tragically, only continue to rise. Don't starve. Advance's
Hey, I
food
played that
program moved from strength to strength today as rationing depots were opened in the last remaining unfed areas of the territory. The rationing depots have been constructed in record time, and the government's
I'm making
agricultural
Advance look as
coordination
bad as
strategy has seen
possible.
shelves restocked with increasing
I tried to stay
regularity.
neutral the last time,
However,
but I'm making
with a
it.
reported rise in mental and physical health issues since the imposition of the blockade, critics have questioned whether those smaller communities which are only now starting to receive help could have been better and quicker served. 7 days to die.
That's
the
another
recent
video game.
decision to allow those with long-term health conditions to access transition centres has today
Get
been
fucked,
declared
Advance.
an
Exactly.
overwhelming success. Previously available only to those in their final years, the expansion of the service has been met with relief by the many organisations calling for it to be opened up to the wider community. With dwindling medical supplies leaving many of our most vulnerable facing chronic pain, it can come as no surprise that the transition centres have found themselves stretched to capacity. Populace. More than 11% of the population have thus far failed to register for a team membership card. A worrying statistic given that the cards are a legal requirement from midnight tonight.
Yep. It's an
While
ID card.
applications are still open for those who like to run fashionably late, they can expect a few tricky questions from Advance. Start me up. Disrupt spokesman Alan James held an impromptu rally today in the northern city of Mankipool. Large crowds gathered to hear the band speaker prove Disrupt are still able to capture the public's imagination. Community cohesion officers found themselves challenged by the unruly mob element always present at Disrupt events, but thankfully managed to keep violent incidents to a minimum. And finally, absent friends. Sad news today as the grave of former National Nightly News host Jeremy Donaldson is vandalised by radical Disrupt activists. The much-loved broadcaster suffered a very tragic public breakdown 10 weeks ago in an incident which ultimately cost him his life. Disrupt spokesman Alan James, whose organisation last week named Mr. Donaldson as the cause's first martyr, described the graffiti as a fitting tribute to a hero of the resistance.
Rest in peace, Jeremy.
But first this evening, with the war about to enter its 21st punishing week, and people hurting up and down the country, I'll be grilling unpredictable Prime Minister Peter Clement in an exclusive interview from his home in Lancashire. That's coming up on tonight's National Nightly News.
I'm gonna put this into the orange. When it shows up, I will put it in the orange.
to I'm a little overexcited. The one and only
Oops.
Lil C. And later we've got a new feature that's sure to keep you coming back for more. But first tonight, let's check in with Prime Minister Peter Clement, who's speaking to us from his home in Lanfordshire. Good evening, Prime Minister. Have we caught you exercising?
Oh, have we started? Yes, that's right, Miss Wolf. Just a few minor adjustments. I mean, nothing drastic. I haven't joined the gym or anything. As my old mum used to say, just because she won't take it up the shit, it doesn't mean you shouldn't try for a quick fiddle up the car park.
Language, Prime Minister.
What? Quick fiddle? What's wrong? Oh, shitter. It's shitter, isn't it? Yep, that's the one.
And can you tell us what brought about this new you?
Today, I spoke to the people of Mankley Pool, and when I was finished, I stuck around. And I did something I would never have done in my old life. I listened. I listened to Jean, who told me that although she has financial security for her and her family for the first time in her life, she finds also for the first time that she can no longer sleep peacefully at night. I listened to Clive, who is preoccupied by the worry of being a burden on his children, and counting the days until they sit him down and tell him he is exactly that. I listened to Anna, who spends her lunchtimes in the school cafeteria eating alone, because she is the only girl in her class who isn't a go-getter. They have never met, these three, and they are of different ages and social backgrounds, but they share a common experience. They share a nagging feeling that there is something deeply wrong in our utopia. And I share that feeling. And maybe you do too. In the days and weeks ahead, I will be speaking throughout the country, but you don't need to wait for me. Disruptor everywhere. Every bar, every street corner. Look for us and you will find us. You are not alone. And Advance are not the only.
Oh, yeah. Also, it doesn't seem very advanced to be going abroad when the rest of the country is grounded.
And yet, Julia Salisbury announced today that she'll be visiting Svenland during this year's winter break. Is that really an example of team spirit?
What? Did you know about this, Gail? Did you know about this, Gail?
10 weeks ago, Jeremy Donaldson took control of the National Nightly newsroom. He tried to warn us all about the now abandoned top-secret military lab at Grantham Downs. We may never know exactly what was being done there, but Jeremy Donaldson...
This is important for people to see.
And this is just one of the reasons he is considered Disrupt's first martyr. And you know what? I think there's every chance he'd hate that. I only met him a few times in a professional context, and usually he exposed me for the grandstanding fool I was back then, but for some reason, I always enjoyed it. I liked him. I liked his wit, his jagged edges.
This is sad.
Most of
I'm
all,
just
I
sad
liked his
now.
total dedication to the truth.
I wish Jeremy lived.
He died for that truth. Died as an individual, for freedom. And by adorning his resting place with our colours and our emblem, we will help to keep both him and his spirit of relentlessness alive. Rest well, Jeremy. You will not be forgotten.
You know, I like him every day.
I will take that as a compliment. Prime Minister, later on this evening, your co-leader Julia
I liked him
Salisbury is
too.
going
I
to give a national
know.
address from team headquarters.
He just
Can you
wanted
give
to
us a
report the
hint of what she's going to
news.
Yes. Well,
Just
I
wanted to
imagine
report
that
the
it will
news.
be
Sorry, you
the
imagine?
usual, no, what I mean is...
You do know about this broadcast, don't you, Prime Minister?
I'm sure I did. But Julia and I have no secrets from each other. We don't memorize each other's bloody diaries either. As my old mum used to say, if you wanted to get a job done quick, don't get bogged down in the pubes. What else you got?
Sorry?
Only cars, what else? A little piece of my life do you want to rustle through? Get out, reform the last. Ah, come on. Come on.
Okay. What music do you listen to when you work out?
Well, Gail tells me that I work out to Little C, but I have absolutely no fucking idea who that is. Do you think the C stands for?
It stands for collaborative, Prime Minister.
Yeah, that does make more sense, actually.
How's rationing affecting you?
It's hard, but we get by. You just have to learn to get by on the basics. Take comfort in each other. I've got Mrs. C and many a fine single malt. I want for nothing. So for a decent night's sleep, of course.
Prime Minister, thank you for joining us. When we come back, it's time for the Culture Spot with Lil C and a world premiere performance of her new song. I genuinely can't wait to hear that. We'll be back after this.
1 minute back, everybody.
That's what happens when you wander from the cover. I don't think you know about her statement. I don't think anyone's supposed to know. When you mentioned it, Boseman's face turned a colour, but I think you call it embolism.
I'm in trouble.
Boseman? Nah, you're like a daughter you never had. I suppose the higher ups might have him though.
Who's Lil C?
Representative Justice, you know.
Who's Lil C?
Are you winding me up?
Yeah, who?
What? I'm civilized. I read books.
Crazy Neil. Even through all of this, Crazy Neil's been the exact same crazy man.
Spotted the updated mixing disc. You'll need the new buttons during the next sections. First, we'll need applause when the guest enters and before her song. Don't worry, I'll walk you through it when we get there.
Okay. Crazy Neil hasn't changed a bit. I love it. I invested in the right man. Do, 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 do. Woo!
I've never heard of her before.
Oh, she's big, really big.
Really? Is she any good?
No, of course not. She dog shit.
No, of course not. She's dog shit. Dogs and hats. He's got dogs and hats, dogs and jumpers, and dogs and hats and jumpers. He is the man.
Thanks for
Crazy
coming back.
Neil knows
Later,
what
we
he's
have an
doing.
exciting new feature that we just know you're going to love, so stay tuned for that. But first, I'm really excited for our next guest. She rose to prominence as the delightful Susie Nate in All My Daughter's Children's Mother, before taking the music industry by storm this year with her debut album smashing the chart records at the age of just 20. Let's give it up and welcome Lil C!
Oops, I was not paying attention.
May I just say, you look incredible.
Oh, thanks, babe. I'm doing this new regime and it really does work.
What's the regime?
My manager suggested it to me. It basically involves bathing in like cabbage water and then having the
What?
leaves sucked out of you while you sleep.
Wow, is
Huh?
that healthy?
Oh, well, look at me, Meg. The leaves are my only nourishment.
Yep, they certainly are. Now, you'll have to forgive me, but
Huh?
I'm not a super fan, so I'm sorry if I get a bit starstruck.
Oh, bless you.
I
I've never
love
actually
how
heard
this-
of you before, so if you do get a little tongue-tied, I can always carry the interview.
Oh, that's good to know.
Mm.
So your first album, F My Face Together, it hit shelves this summer and it just exploded. I mean, what was that like for you?
Bonkers, just so weird. I was in all the papers and the magazines. Overnight, I went from that like annoying little girl from that show to that like sexy little girl from that show.
Wow, that must have been bizarre.
Wow.
Not really. It was just like any other morning.
I
You know,
hate
get
you.
up at 5, go on a 4-mile run, have 3 meetings on my cabbage bath, but then only then was my dad actually talking to me.
Oh, of course. I mean, the famed country singer, Billy Bob Jean Short.
Billy Bob Jean Short.
There's nothing that strange about it, Megan. Okay, yes, he may believe that aliens told him to hate women, but
Sorry,
there
what?
really isn't anything to prove that he's wrong.
Uh-huh. So, this newfound explosion into your popularity, I mean, did that change your life?
Well, I had to start wearing like nicer underwear, you know, for the paparazzi. But as my manager
Ew.
says, best to make the most of it before I'm 30.
Is that right?
So what's the album about?
So I thought it was about like
What?
how pretty and great I am, but actually it's about monetizing youth, I think, or about like promoting an unrealistic standard of beauty or something.
Manager again.
Yeah, he says insecurity is an opportunity.
Oh, do you think he'd be happy with you telling us all this?
Telling you all what? It really doesn't matter what I say here. I'll do my dancing and then this part will all be forgotten about.
Oh, well, yeah, I mean...
All right, fair enough.
We're going to see some of those famous dance moves very shortly, because you're going to be performing your new single, aren't you?
Yep, it's from my album Put It In My A Together, and it's out. Put It In My A Together.
My friend let her 13-year-old son join the Go-Getters. He's occupied now.
Album since lunchtime, and a clothing line.
His room's never been tidier. But he keeps notebooks he won't let her read. And sometimes she catches him staring at her. And last week, she found him searching through her papers. When confronted, he always had a plausible answer, a good answer. But somehow it's too good. Like it's been prepared in advance.
I got an achievement.
Or possibly
Hashtag not my clothes.
We want to know what the news will no longer tell us. And when we find out, we will tell you. We will hack into your news broadcasts. We will defend your right to information. We will resist, and we will disrupt.
Now the arse. I think things could have been different, like better. But I don't know. I love doing autographs and having somebody dress me and tell me what to wear.
Aight.
Do you always want to do music? Well, ever since I was a little girl, I'd sit in front of the radio, and as soon as my favourite girl group would come on, I press record on my cassette. But then my dad would come in and tell me to turn it off and to go back upstairs and start practicing again.
Sorry, is your dad your manager?
Yeah, which can be tough. And sometimes when it gets really hard, he'll say, "Make Quagler proud, and you might just survive childbirth."
Well,
What?
you know what, despite anything, you'll make me proud.
Oh, if only your opinion was as valuable as his.
I hate
And
you.
on that problematic note, you're going to be singing your song for us soon, aren't you? Tell me about it.
So it's called These Babies Gonna Bring You Home, and I actually got sent the lyrics in the car on the way up here. But you know
I
what?
hate
It's
you.
actually alright. And don't worry, all my work is team approved.
Gross.
All right then. Well, you can go and get ready for that. We'll see you in a little bit. It was a very specific type of pleasure.
It was
to chat
something.
to her, and I just can't wait to hear this. Oh,
Let's
so
do better this time. Here we go.
with an exclusive first performance of her new track, These Babies Gonna Bring You Home. Take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the Force's favorite, the Queen of Teams.
It didn't let me.
Is this deliberate, Alex? We do like our guests to come back, you know.
It didn't let me. I hit the thing and it was like, huh? No. She is not singing.
Oh, baby, can't you see? I'm hungry. There's a place in me.
I am uncomfortable.
Empty. I want that meat you're packing. Only you can fill that crack in me.
I'm sorry?
I'm under siege, so come and free me. Ain't no disruption here. Boy, I got no agenda. Just want the team and me. No dirty foreign member. Don't stop.
This is a hella. Wow, this is super subliminal.
I only scream this loud when you do your country proud. I ain't no vicar's daughter. Come and skirmish on my border. Quick before I get much older. Tie me down and pull me like an enemy soldier. An enemy soldier. So let them try and break our dream. We fight and love and die at two. So what if Peter Clemens boys can come and use me as a toy? I wanna see some action. So come and break my sanctions.
I'm uncomfortable.
I've been this wild and free since Mama burdened me. She was only 53, but gave to save her family. There's no one judging me if I'm the one that's in your fantasy. Don't die alone, these babies gonna bring you home. I ain't no vicar's daughter, come and skirmish on my border. Quick before I get much older, tie me down
like this.
Down from there, I wanna see some action. So come and break my sanctions.
I am incredibly uncomfortable. I am uncomfortable with the energy we have created in the studio today. Me too. I don't like that.
If that doesn't distract you from the world outside, I don't know what will. I'd like to thank Phil Seapool. Well, for doing that. Don't go anywhere. After the break, we'll finally be revealing the new segment of our show that we just know you're going to love. We'll be back right after this.
And we're out.
Ew. Ew. I didn't like that. Ew. Very much ew.
Can I just say, thank you so much for letting me do this. It really means a lot to me, you know.
Yeah.
To be able to promote myself on such a mainstream platform like the news.
Well, don't
We're
worry
not
about
the
it.
news.
And you know what? Good luck for the future. Take care of yourself. This industry can be crazy sometimes. Watch out for that father of yours.
Oh, no. I manage myself. It's just, you know, for the public to have that certain perspective. You know what it's like.
Huh?
Oh, right.
And Michael? Michael?
What about Billy Bob Jeanshaw? Is he?
Oh, my dad. He's such a sweetheart. We both have the same agents, you know, like it just made sense.
What?
Both of us for our image together. And Michael, I want to
Okay.
see a revenue share for the clothing line and get me a G&T before my meeting with the Lube guys. If they say for your pleasure, I'm going to stop needing it.
The Lube guys?
I hate to tell you this, but you're going to need all 4 sound
Uh-oh.
effect buttons for this next section. Try and pick the most appropriate sound effect for the actors' lines. They can't hear your choices, so they'll be assuming you're helping things along and not making them look ridiculous. Mind you,
Hi, Jeff.
section can't help us all. Try and do better.
Not anymore. I'm better than that now. I'll tell you what. Just keep adding flowers until it feels like
I didn't like that. I didn't like that music video. That made me incredibly uncomfortable and gross. That made me feel so gross.
5, 4, 3.
Thanks for joining us for part 3. We've been teasing you about
Indeed.
our new feature all
A lot of
night, and
ew.
now the wait is finally over. I can reveal that every night on the show, we'll be treated to an episode of an informative and hilarious new segment called The Notice Board. It's
The Notice
starring some top
Board.
talent, and we're very excited about it. But before we see it, let's have a quick chat with the writer, director, and phenomenon, may I say, Jeff Algebra, guys.
Actually, I've dropped the algebra. I go by Jeff DePoon now. How'd you like that?
Yeah, very fancy. I suppose you need a new name now that you're a successful artiste.
Well, exactly. I'm earning
Aye.
enough to pay taxes now.
Oh.
It's shit.
And how does Angela feel about all this?
Who?
Your wife.
Ah! God, no. No, she's long gone. No, she was holding me back. I'm with Norm now. We were married last month.
Good,
Norm
good
de
for him.
Plume.
Yeah.
And why did you write this? What was your inspiration?
Oh, well, I received a telephone call offering me 25 grand to write a pro team sitcom.
Pro
And I heard
team.
my father's voice.
It's always
It
pro
said,
team.
Jeff, you listen here, boy. You make hay while the sun shines. You wring every penny you can get out of it.
She's very confused.
So I wheeled him down to the transition centre, got out my typewriter and started clacking. Utter shite.
And without further ado, let's give it up for the notice board.
I missed it. Fuck, I missed the claps.
You have to play a sound effect, Alex.
Shut up, I know. I tried. Why is this timed? Fuck, why was that so...
Alex, if you keep this up, you'll ruin the notice board, and the actors won't be happy.
Good morning, Miss Craven.
Oh, morning, Ray.
Everything all right, Mrs. Craven? You look as worried as the vicar in closing time.
Oh, Ray, it's those young louts. They've vandalized my shop again.
No!
Yes! They've written all sorts of obscene language and crude pictures, and I know it's those damn youths.
I don't know. It could be the vicar at closing time.
I'm just worried they won't ever
The show
become
sucks.
productive members of the community. What if they never see the error of their ways and end up as social outcasts, such as shoplifters or bong rats?
Don't worry, Mrs. Craven. This is a very supportive community, and I'm sure that in time they will fit into this society like this key into this lock. See? Works like a charm.
What a lovely way to put it, Ray. And just like that, we can unlock their future.
Yes, yes. Wow! Look at all the letters in my collection today.
This sucks.
I think that one's addressed to me.
What? This one? Oh, so you're right. Here it is.
It's a letter from my granddaughter, Brenda. She says she got an A on her maths exam because one of her friends has been helping her. She was always a team player, was our Brenda.
What's up, losers?
The silence.
Oh, no. It's Brad. He's the coolest guy in the village.
That's right. I just got here on my motorbike.
Oh, clear off, Brad. We don't want any of your ilk around here.
Ilk?
Rad dudes.
No, ruffians. Have you come to tag the notice board with your gang signs?
No way. I've actually come to pin my resume on that notice board. I'm looking to do some tutoring after school.
What? Did you say
Tutoring?
That's
How
right.
dare he?
Maths is very important.
Hey! He said the line.
Not at all.
He said the line.
So you, a young person, have been spending your time helping others and not just urinating on churches or huffing glue?
Hey, I haven't huffed glue for months.
Well, blow me down!
You know what? We misjudged you based on how young
And cool you are.
and not on your actions.
No joy.
So it wasn't you who vandalized my shop last night or called me a rancid old crone from the back of a chopper?
No way. It can't have been me. I was too busy helping my friend Brenda with her maths homework.
Could you speak up there? I thought for a minute there that you said Brenda.
I did, you daft old sow.
Did you hear that, Ray?
Oh, yes, what a wonderful surprise.
Urinating on
I
churches,
now
yeah.
respect you as a man.
What? That's not what you do in your pastime?
Oh, what the heck? Give us a hug.
What the fuck? What? What is happening? Pardon? What? Well, my stuff went down. Earthquake, maybe. Oh, it is war, though. It is currently war. What the fuck?
Sorry to interrupt the first groundbreaking episode of the notice board, but we are receiving some breaking news. I'm being told we're picking up reports from across the continent of what appear to be... Oh God.
What? Appear to be what?
What appear to be nuclear explosions
What?
in 4 major cities. Initial estimates put the death toll into the millions.
Jesus Christ!
I'm being told we're experiencing power fluctuations as a result, so apologies for any interruption to this broadcast.
That's just fucking normal.
And apparently we can head over to team headquarters for an emergency broadcast from Prime Minister Julia Salisbury any moment now. Yep, yes, let's go to that now.
Good evening, citizens and leaders of the world.
What the fuck?
Minutes ago, operatives working for Advance detonated nuclear explosives.
They're working for
in
Advance?
4 major cities across the continent. We have similar devices in 58 other urban centres, and will not hesitate to
We are hearing stories of power
They're
fluctuations
threatening.
and what could be minor earthquakes throughout the continent. Stand by. We've lost contact with our benefactors in Urkistan and Konoslava. While our equipment seems to be resetting.
What?
Can we get this confirmed? Can we get this verified? I need this verified. I don't know if you can hear me. I
That's
don't
why
know
the broadcast
if you
was
are
supposed to be
receiving this,
secret.
but if you are, then you have to know. You have to know what's being done. What's being done right now to our neighbours.
I am in
This is unprecedented.
complete shock.
Our government has committed an act, multiple acts of mass destruction in our name. Nor do I care how you voted. You didn't vote for this. None of us did.
What the fuck?
This can't be. We are waiting further news and oh. What if they respond?
We will expect your complete acceptance
What the
of our
fuck
terms by midnight
is
tonight.
happening? It was planned? I guess so. So they let off nukes and then are trying to blame Disrupt for it?
I'm trying to think of what Jeremy would say if he were here now. He was always skeptical of Advance. Then I suppose he was always skeptical about everything. It's part of what made him so frustrating to work with. And so brilliant. I'm not going to lie, Jeremy, I really wish you were here now.
Me too!
You'd know what to say. You'd know how to bring everyone together.
I miss Jeremy.
And I don't think you'd be angry. I think you'd see that anger was the engine that brought us here. I think you'd want us to stop, to look around us at the people and things we're so very lucky to have, and to realise what a privilege it is just to be alive. I think you'd want us to spare a thought for those with loved ones who are abroad tonight. And I think you'd be worried about retaliation. You wouldn't show it. You'd remind us that this country and its people endure. You'd remind us that despite the way you hated how it sounds,
what the fuck?
We are a team. And I think you'd ask us to go to our loved ones and be with them tonight. But I don't have the words that you had, Jeremy. None of us do. My name's Megan Wolf. Let's make tomorrow better.
And we're out.
What?
You'd have loved it.
I miss Jeremy. Language unsuitable for children, an interference-free show, an exceedingly poor edit. Disrupt, ruin the broadcast. I've received a small bonus. Oh. I can afford coffee! Channel 1 still loves me, Disrupt is still good. What the fuck? What is happening? A proportionate response. The rest of your shift passes in a blur with the same words going around and around in your head. Operatives working for advanced detonated nuclear explosives. Initial estimates put the death toll into millions. This really just happened? You pull into the driveway with no memory of the journey home. The light in the front room is on. Clearly someone else is still awake. Door creaks open into the living room. You find Sam sitting on the sofa staring at the TV. The screen is off and they're clearly lost in thought. Take a seat beside them and put a reassuring hand on their shoulders. They don't look at you, but they do reach up and take your hand into theirs. Now you're much closer. You can see tears streaming down Sam's face much more clearly. Chris. No, Chris died? I'm sorry. We do. The bastards killed Chris and millions of others, all because of their fucking war, which we never asked for. Behind the tears, you see fire, raw fury you've never seen in Sam before. I hate them, Alex. I know you've never been a fan of Advance, but after this, they're monsters. I need to know you understand that we can't just be indifferent. We actually need to do something. Vance did what was necessary. I don't think it's that simple. Nothing can justify what they did, and anyone who tries is just as bad as they are. Relief spreads over Sam's face like a wave, and they collapse against you, clutching tightly. Clearly, this was weighing heavily on them. You're not sure you've even processed it all fully yet, but at least you'll get through it together. Oh my god, no! We helped Chris at the beginning. I gave him my passport because he wanted to get out. The last week has passed in a blur, a rush of things to do, but all immediately forgotten. Your memory clouded by dark fog. 9 days since the so-called Liberation Night and the beginning of Advance's new future. You weren't the first ones at the church today. You were staggered by the number of people who have come to mourn with you. Everyone here for the same reason, sharing the same pain, the same sense of loss. It's written all over their faces. Much as it would be on yours. You step away from everyone else, needing space to gather your thoughts. The two siblings had always been close, and now Chris is just gone. You can only imagine what Sam is going through now. He said little since that evening, clearly still in shock. And some small piece of you can't help wonder, partly to blame. Not that you can change any of that now. All you can do is be there for Sam, and when you walk over, squeeze their hand, they squeeze you tightly back. There hadn't even been a coffin to bury. Wasn't he like 15? No, that's our son. That's our son, Charlie. Chris was Sam's brother who, after the original money stuff that Advance was doing, he needed to get out of the country so he didn't lose everything. It's a seemingly ordinary morning, but as you get into work, you find a small crowd gathered in the break room. When you go in to grab your first cup of tea of the day, you can't help but overhear some excited chatter. You didn't hear? Yeah, no, another one's gone missing. What's that bring the total up to now? Oh, I should think over 100 at this point. They won't all have been reported or noticed yet. Sorry, what's going on? An excited young woman turns to you and begins to explain. Another professor went missing from Queensview University. With all the other disappearances of the last year, scientists, doctors, researchers, she pauses before lowering her voice to a whisper. It's clearly disrupting people speaking out against them. I even hear Advance are struggling to prevent further. A deep, familiar voice from behind you interrupts. What exactly is going on here? A silence overtakes the room as you all turn in unison towards the doorway. Bozeman clears his voice before continuing. Told you before, I don't want to hear any about these so-called disappearances. Come on now, people. Advance have been very clear that there's nothing to worry about, which means they're not our problem, and unless they start classing cappuccinos as intellectual, I don't think anyone here has anything to worry about. Best get back to work. Bozeman holds a hand up to you. Holds a hand up to keep you as everyone else files out of the room. Look, I know you have a habit of doing what you want, but things are different now. Advance runs the show, and they made their feelings clear, so now I'm doing the same. Channel 1's official position is that the government has things well in hand, nothing more, nothing less. I trust I won't be hearing talk about this again. He gives you a curt nod before leaving. It seems that, for better or worse, public ownership is now in full swing. The government controls the news. Jesus, it's been a long time. A spark to light the flames. You're surprised to find Sam in bed next to you when you wake up. They must have gotten very late last night from drinks with the folks and from school. You decide to let them sleep and enjoy a lazy Sunday morning. With the house quiet, you decide to bring some breakfast into the living room and watch some TV while you eat. This is breaking news. Reports are coming in from across the country that large swaths of farmland went up in flames last night as part of what authorities are calling a heinous and well-planned act of terrorism by the group known as Disrupt. You drop your spoon back into the porridge and turn up the volume. In addition to food stores, which government sources have said will put a strain on universal menu centuries worldwide, a number of CCO and civic buildings were targeted in last night's attack. According to Prime Minister Julia Salisbury, specific prisons and re-education and betterment facilities were raided, and a small selection of problematic and potentially dangerous individuals were forcibly extracted from lawful custody. Hold your breath, waiting to hear if anyone got hurt. Unfortunately, it appears that the CCOs were ill-prepared for an event like this, and Disrupt seemed much more effective and well-organized in comparison. While most of the targeted locations were thankfully empty of people given the lateness of the hour, the betterment centers were fully staffed when they came under attack. 17 CCOs and 4 administrative staff lost their lives as a result of the brutal actions of Disrupt last night, with countless more injured, many seriously and rushed to the hospital. A few Disrupt members were captured during the conflicts, but the vast majority seem to have evaded capture so far. More on this story as it develops. Go to turn off the TV. You're interrupted by Charlie walking to the living room, who looks more tired than when he went to bed. Anything interesting going on? He gestures to the TV. Mutely, you leave the news on as they cycle through the story again. Charlie watches in a hushed silence. By the end of the broadcast, they're dubbing it the Night of Fire. The Night of Fire, huh? He nods. You watch together in silence, taking in the aftermath. My son had something to do with it. Dictatorships are gross? Yeah. See, as radical as Disrupt have gotten, this seems like reasonable, at least somewhat reasonable reaction to the government trying to control everything and having set off 4 nukes in the country. A year and a half since Liberation Night.
Can you hear me? Alex? Are you receiving? Calling. Come in, Alex? Can you hear the signal? Pick up.
Disrupt.
This is Alan James. The revolution starts tonight, Alex, and we need your help. Throughout this broadcast, we're going to ask you to do things that will directly help with this mass protest. I'll be talking to you regularly tonight, and I'll also be hacking in when I can. Please help get our message out.
I am.
We're on the verge, Alex. You've always been fair and balanced in your approach to us. With your help, we can tip the balance in our favor. If you play our tape at the second break, that's when we think it will have the most impact.
Second break, you got it.
Of Just the Job, followed at 10 p.m. by a chance to see the very last episode.
Because I don't want to go on a date with your cousin, Colin.
What have you got to lose?
Dignity, my reputation.
Hi, Jenny.
It's alright once you get past the teeth and the problematic tattoo.
I am perfectly capable of messing up my own love life. Sorry about that. David wouldn't get off the phone.
Oh, it's David sitting there.
For Christ's sake, Colin, stay out of it.
I can help you. I'm an expert at romance. Ask my ex-wife.
I'm an expert at romance. Ask my ex-wives.
Too short?
Too smart. Going in 5, 4, 3. Good evening. This is the National Nightly News, broadcasting across the territories. My name is Megan Wolf. Our top stories tonight. Ashes to ashes. It's been 40 days since Disrupt conducted attacks across the territories. The coordinated action, dubbed the Night of Fire by commentators, was seen as an attempt to subvert the supply chain, but there may have been more to it. After a roadside IED toppled the convoy, prisoners, including Portia Hamilton-Mann, the daughter of the former Prime Minister, were freed and have subsequently vanished. The escapees are presumed to have fled the territories. Here at Channel 1, we say good riddance to bad rubbish. Food, glorious food. With the last of the menu centres opening in territories 5, 8 and 14 today, Advance confirmed that the programme is now in full operation, providing free food for every citizen of the new future.
Get a box!
What started as rationing during the 20-week war has blossomed into a social contract that is the envy of the unawakened world. Jack Tractorpan, spokesman for the menu centres, said today that while they can guarantee the contents of every box is nutritious, the actual quality of the meals you cook depends on whether you have a touch of Chef Jordan Rankley or the culinary skills of a professional footballer. If I were a rich man, problems in territories 11, 17 and 22 today as striking bosses attempted to undermine their new economies.
Oh?
With seemingly no awareness of irony, the former CEOs and MDs have come together to form the Wealth Creators Union, with demands including a return to 150% bonuses, private jets and mandatory grovelling zones.
Jesus.
Advance have been quick to respond, saying if they would rather quit their cushy jobs to become nurses or teachers, they'll earn significantly more than they used to pay their own workforce. Thus far, no one has taken up the challenge. Some fun now. Signs of ever more resistance to Advance's radical policies today, as popular resistance movement Disrupt extended their reach further across the territories. The organisation's emblem appeared in every major city across the territories last night in a well-coordinated
Don't paint pandas, that's
publicity
mean.
stunt, which has seen them dominate the headlines. Asked about the impressive display earlier today, Disrupt spokesperson Alan James said that the movement was reaching what he described as a critical mass. A poor choice of words given recent history. And final headlines tonight for three stories we've been following closely for the last 2.5 years.
Ooh.
Foreign soil. A glimpse today of failed CEO Sophia Remington, who, facing serious criminal charges centred around the details of her pet project, has spent the last year in refuge at the Malvalian Embassy here in the capital. With no end in sight to her self-imposed isolation, the board of Remington's Fist removed her as CEO in absentia this morning by a unanimous vote. Sophia was heard to yell something obscene in Malvalian at the assembled journalists before slinking back inside. We didn't catch all of it, but it was something about our mother and a goat. Which caves up? A worrying image has emerged depicting the captain charged with the rescue of the stranded scientists in Dante's Taint. After many months of radio silence from the substandard skipper, it was feared all hope was lost. And it seems like hope wasn't the only thing, as Archibald Viator III has reportedly arrived at the wrong cave. As all hopes of a safe return for David and Ingrid's team are abandoned, questions have to be asked. Questions like, who gave him his license? And where did he get that moustache? Man United, a happily ever after for Johnny
Yay!
and former teammate Eric Justin, who finally tied the knot this week.
Yay,
Speaking
good
as the
for
pair
them.
headed off for their honeymoon in Territory 15, Johnny acknowledged that there would be many in the football world who wouldn't accept his choice of partner. I think it's time people grew up, he said. Some people are ginger. Get over it. All that, plus we'll be taking
Some
a trip
people
down
are
the park to the
ginger.
notice board, as well as getting a sneak peek at the best ticket in town. That's all coming up on tonight's
National Nightly News. Hey, look, it's Disrupt.
Today is the day we take back control. Soon it will be time for you to help us again. Come out of your houses, block the traffic, bring the capital to a standstill. I've met so many of you in my travels up and down Territory 1. You always ask the
Alright,
same
this seems a
question.
little like
How
terrorists,
can I
though.
help? Well, this is how. And as for when, you'll know. Keep watching.
But first, 500 days after the loss of a fine leader and a great man, the start of tonight's programme is dedicated to remembering and celebrating the life of Peter Clement.
Oh,
Patrick
I was
Bannon
hoping
is
it'd be
live
for
from Parliament
Jeremy.
Park, where Julia Salisbury will be breaking ground on what will soon be a memorial garden in Peter's honour. Patrick.
Listening to that old bitch lying through her teeth about missing that poor bastard.
Patrick.
I don't know what I'm going to do.
We're live.
Because I'm not being funny.
Oopsies.
Things were better with Peter, weren't they?
Patrick.
They were, and I don't mind saying it. They were, because he held her back. But now there's no stopping her.
Hello, Patrick. We're
Of
live.
course, can't say that, can I, Francis? No, not with public ownership. Now, with public
I'm having
ownership,
a
you
little
can't say
problem,
anything
Patrick.
these days.
Who's there?
She's lost it, mate. She's completely off the
I'm
rocker.
letting that go.
I heard from an aide.
Oops.
Hello, Megan. You
I
joined
missed
me
all
here
of it.
live from the what?
I know, I didn't.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Seems like we've lost some signal there for a moment. Well, we will be going live to that groundbreaking ceremony just as soon as we can get Patrick back. Meanwhile, let me just say, I think the memorial gardens are going to be gorgeous. I've had a sneak peek at the designs, and Alana Marsh has done a fabulous job. Oh, okay, all right, it seems like we have got the signal back. We can now go live to Patrick Bannon in Parliament Park. Patrick.
Yep. It's
Thank you.
Patrick Bannon.
I'm Patrick Bannon, and we are indeed live here.
Mm-hmm.
Apologies for the technical difficulties there, but any moment now,
They
Julius
fucking
Salisbury
killed
will
him!
step out on stage behind me.
Alex, Bozeman here. The boys in editing have just informed me that the eulogy footage isn't fully cut together yet. You're going to have to do it on the fly.
Why?
For goodness sake, make sure you make it look good.
Why is that on the...
This is Alan. You can undermine them here and help us win hearts and minds. Make him look bad, Alex. Really bad.
You got it. I'm fully siding with Disrupt this playthrough. I also have to do what sucks is I'm gonna have to do one where I fully side with Advance.
Good evening, fellow teammates and friends. 500 days ago, all of our lives changed irrevocably.
Yeah, you
Still
committed
reeling
mass
from the trials
murder.
and tribulations of Liberation Night, another great loss befell the people of these newly united territories. The loss of a leader, a statesman, a dear friend, and a hero. Peter Gordon Clement.
Peter's death at the age of just 62, of course, announced by the team on the 24th of December, just 6 weeks after Liberation Night.
Born to a working-class family on a housing estate in Rotherham, Peter first trained as a carpenter before getting his start on
Bastard.
television. First moving and building scenery, and then developing into the personality that we all knew and loved so much.
Just the Job first hit our screens over 25 years ago, running for 11 series, winning multiple awards, and charming audiences up and down the country.
Peter taught us, all of us,
He hit his
not to
stomach.
be content with the way things are. Not to accept inequities, no matter how small. But he also taught us what it took to fight them. Courage, integrity, empathy, and hard, bloody graft.
Across a career spanning 3 decades, Peter Clement was known for shows including Wake Up, It's Saturday, and much later, late night chat show Petey, which at its peak
Petey?
drew millions of viewers.
Damn.
Peter was by no means a saint. Trust me.
Oh, I'm
He
showing
once
it.
told me he had more regrets than he'd had stolen dinners. He always did have a knack for a turn of phrase. But it speaks to the strength of his character that he chose to share with us his mistakes alongside his achievements, his faults as well as his talents. Peter had the heart to give it all he had for the people of these united territories.
You can read his lips. Fuck off.
Famous for his potty mouth, it's estimated conservatively that Peter Clement uttered over 1.5 million swear words
Damn.
throughout his career, though some sources put this figure well in excess of 2 million F-bombs alone.
Gripped by illness as he was in the weeks and months leading up to Liberation Night, he wasn't the man we loved. But his eyes still twinkled with that familiar joy for life, that spark of wit and wisdom of a life lived for others.
Prime Minister Clement, of course, died from apparent liver failure after suffering from the long-term effects of alcohol abuse.
I first met Peter nearly 20 years ago. Moments before I was supposed to give a speech. Not unlike this one, actually. Only I'd drunk coffee all
Beautiful.
down myself. And I was young, nervous, desperate to be liked. And from behind me, I heard, "Christ, pet, you've either pissed your kecks or sprung a leak, but either way, you got a problem." And before I could even say a word, he stripped off his dry trousers and insisted I took them. That was the sort of man that Peter Clement was.
And that's what I'm
Kind,
showing. I'm showing the kind of man he
compassionate,
was.
Sensitive,
A heavy
a
drinker.
brilliant thinker, a natural leader, but mostly a good man. This glorious nation of ours, so
I did it.
beautiful and new.
Iconic,
This
indeed.
shining beacon of
Thank you, Alex. There'll be another opportunity to steer public perception soon. It's really starting. You'll know when.
his accomplishments, the future he forged, the The boundaries he pushed.
What do they want me to do? This is the person talking.
To me, he'll always be the man in his pants cheering on a stranger at the back of the conference. It is my great
Pretty sure there's an explosion coming, so I'm just gonna give another trigger warning.
The Peter Clement Memorial Garden. Should we see if we can get a countdown going? Everyone with me? 10, 9, 8, 7.
Yep, there it is.
Now, Alex, control the message.
Mom, we have to get into safety. Come.
I'm not leaving, I can't.
Oi!
You two, come with me. Don't panic. Help us here, look. We're gonna help you. We need to... You need to be okay. You're gonna be okay. Just stay. Okay. You two, stay with him.
Mom, we have to stay by your side.
I am the Prime Minister, and if I give you an order, you will damn well follow it. Do you understand? Do you understand?
I said turn the fucking camera off. Who the fuck are you?
Oh, I can't hear you. I can't hear anything.
Yes, medics are coming. You sit down.
I can't hear you. I'm from the National
Hey, it's Matt. Hey, it's Pat. It's Patrick.
Consider this payback.
Oh no, that's Patrick. There we go.
Julius Salisbury! You were guilty of the murder of more than 10 million people! Justice demands a response!
Haven't you done enough? Look around you. This is what your precious freedom looks like, is it?
People of territory want rise up! Take to the streets, the time has come! Stop violence, break windows!
Propaganda versus propaganda, yeah. And then they shot them immediately.
What are you doing? Come on! Shut off.
Please, turn.
Shocking scenes.
Is this not enough? You've just seen them execute unarmed civilians. People like you and me. So why are you watching this? Why are you not in the streets with us tonight? What will it take for you to get up and be a part of this? March on team headquarters. Storm the building.
This is
demand elections,
this is
demand
nuts,
answers,
dude.
Be what you were born to be. The once and future free.
That means by now. Don't go away. We'll be back after this.
Thank you, Alex. From all of us, you're doing great.
It's becoming a weekly event.
Look at him, it's Crazy Neil!
This is the big
Hell
one.
yeah, man.
Great. So there's a revolution happening outside and we're off to Stanley fucking Park. It's journalism, apparently.
Can we get set for the next sequence?
I did it. A+. That was the first, I think that was, because yeah, these hadn't been played yet. Thrones! Crazy Neil! Damn, Crazy Neil's doing really well for himself.
Alex, during this next section, a cameraman working in the newsroom who's one of us is going to get a coded location out. We don't know yet which camera he's on, but if we find out, I'll let you know.
You got it.
Keep your eyes out for the fist and try and keep it on the air for at least 5 seconds. Our operatives will do the rest.
Thrones! Yes, we got it. Gotta buy a throne.
This is your new makeup artist, Craig.
No.
What?
No.
10 seconds, everybody.
Sorry, Craig.
Okay, we are going
Sorry,
in
Craig.
5, 4.
Aw, poor Craig. He's sad.
Welcome back to the National Nightly News with me, Megan Wolf. Very shortly, we'll be heading on over
Yeah, that
to
was
the
the first
final
one.
episode of what has quickly become a hugely successful feature, the Notice Board. But before we do, let's chat with Philippa Radin. Tell me, why do you think the public love the Notice Board so much?
It's real. There, I said it.
Mm.
It connects with people. You know, people look at us
and they say those are real people struggling with real problems.
That's a really interesting point.
Yeah, I mean, I was saying to my PA secretary as I got out the limo, I was saying, it's good
Real
for
people.
to see normal, authentic people like them on TV.
People like you.
Yeah, precisely. Unfortunately, then I was interrupted by some dreadful wretch who wanted an autograph, but a swift kicking from security soon put him back in line.
Yes, well, I think it's really good that our screens are
Real
filled with
people,
such
yep.
relatable stories. So, the notice board is coming to an end after a sensational time at the top. What do you think has made this show so successful?
Cement.
It's a combination of so many things. My hard work, my talent.
Yep.
Look, wow, we really have a lot to thank you for.
Hey. You're welcome.
Oh my god, I hate her.
We've just heard our man's on camera 4.
I have a real sense of responsibility now. You know, a sense I've been entrusted with something
Get back to the interview, Alex.
Use that platform for good.
Yeah, I think that's really important, that we should use this platform to do good in the world. I agree.
That's exactly it. So I've decided to help as many.
Excellent work, Alex. That's the location shared.
I get it.
To give them the go.
Better access to education, or reducing child poverty.
Oh, no, by adopting as many as I can get my hands on.
Oh, okay. How many children have you adopted?
Oh, we're well into the double figures now, Megan. I stopped counting in the late 30s.
Goodness,
That's
is a
too
lot of
many.
children.
Yeah,
Too many
once we finish
too
putting
many
them
children.
into the guest room, I'll have to put a futon in the laundry cupboard.
You really are some sort of hero.
Hey, I live a privileged life. What can I say? I mean, any child I can take on is a child rescued from suffering.
I hate you.
Oh, children.
So
Were their
much.
lives really that bad before?
Oh, they're Northerns, I presume so.
Stuff's going on.
Yeah, it's
Northerns.
shocking to think, actually, that only 1 in 10,000 children have a celebrity parent.
I hate you.
I'd never thought of it that way
And
before.
I'm doing everything I can to fix those numbers.
What do you think it is about your life that's so desirable then?
Just ignore the
Maybe
gunfight
shame
and explosions going on
interspersed with
outside.
expensive bottled water. So actually, if anyone wants to, I'd happily trade.
Now that I can relate to. Right, you better go off and get ready. That was Philippa Radin sharing some thoughts about her lifestyle. I think it's really important to stay grounded and keep everything in perspective. Clearly, not everyone else agrees, but that's enough from me. Let's go now over to Dangly Parts for the final ever episode of the Notice Board.
The notice board.
What a day! First the tea morning, and now to post this notice. I don't know how I managed to cope with it all. Oh wait, perhaps I do. Oh! By St. Barnabas, what on earth is all this?
Freeze, dirtbag!
Oh, Laura, it's you. I thought for a moment you were a knife-wielding mugger or stabber.
No, I'm afraid not. It's just me, a community cohesion officer, responsible for keeping crime at record lows.
Of course, keep forgetting that thanks to you and your colleagues, violence on our streets is a thing of the past.
What's all this, Vicar?
I know, it's a disgrace. Somebody...
It's time for the go code. Give us 3 boos in a row, Alex. That will start the pincer movement. We might just pull this off. Push forwards! 3 boos, Alex.
Careful, Vicar.
I'm giving them booze.
It looks heavy.
Ha! They don't call me the Right Reverend. Ripped for no reason.
Yes!
It's no good.
It looks like all those crucifix classes were a waste of time.
Perhaps you, a young CCO, would be able to use.
2 for 2. Fantastic.
Looks like all those lifting classes were a waste of time.
It's too heavy.
I mean, the jokes weren't even good.
You did it, Alex.
3 for 3.
To lift this.
Did someone call for the best firefighter in town?
Alright, now I'm just gonna do normal. Wow, there it goes.
Well done, Captain Evans. You're so much stronger than us.
Especially me, the weak old man.
It's the least I could do for my community.
Aww. Wanted.
No luck catching the little devil then?
Unfortunately not.
The ferret.
The ferret struck again last night. When Ray opened the post office this morning, he found that every single stamp had been pre-licked.
My God! Some people have no decency.
Sadly, if we don't catch him before tomorrow, we may have to cancel the village fete.
Boo! Not the village
We won't let that
fate.
happen. Will we, Vicar?
No, no, no. Laura, tell me, why do they call him the ferret?
Some say it's because of his sneaky nature.
It's so
But really
stupid.
it's because whenever he strikes, he always leaves behind the foul stench of urine.
Never fear, officer.
The foul
we'll
stench
catch
of
this pissy
urine.
nuisance and save the village fate. Or my name's
Language.
not Captain Danger Evans. The community cohesion team are doing their best, but they simply don't have the smarts to solve this mystery. But I know someone who does. Someone who's about to blow this thing wide open. Me! Blackout!
It's the morning of the village fete. Thanks to theatrical convention.
I sure hope everything goes
So
to plan.
stupid.
Oh, look! There's Mrs. Craven setting up her cake stall.
And look, there's the motorcycle display team setting up for a show that will be far too expensive for live television.
I'm going to set up the coconut shy.
This is so dumb.
What are you doing,
This is so
Vicar?
dumb, I love it.
I'm running the tombola. Then I'll be selling forgiveness for money.
Aren't you judging the jams?
I couldn't possibly.
Well, that sounded like Mrs. Craven. Looks like someone sucked all the jam out of her donuts.
That damn ferret has struck again.
Whatever are we to do?
Although I'm very competent, I have no idea how to solve this case.
I guess we'll just have to cancel the fate.
No.
Right there, ferret.
Me? Have you been drinking from the fire extinguishers again?
Not you, the vicar.
I don't know what you're talking
Oh
about.
my gosh.
Admit it.
So
you
many
wanted
things.
the village fete cancelled so you could have the day off, didn't you?
I already have to work Sundays. I shouldn't have to work 2 days a week.
Oh my god.
But how did you know?
Well, my first clue was the smell.
Yes, I do smell of urine.
Next, I noticed that the vicar's tongue was particularly dry, almost as if he'd been licking thousands and thousands of stamps.
Or perhaps eating Mrs. Craven's baking.
Which brings me on to my third clue. The vicar said that he had no more room for jam.
Almost as if he'd had his fill.
Precisely.
But you managed to figure it all out from that?
Well, I also found this at the scene.
That proves nothing. No!
Get him out of here, officer!
Oh.
You did it, Captain. You could say you ferreted him out.
I don't get that one.
Hey, come on. Let's go and have a party in my massive garden. I am doing well.
Thanks to you, we're all doing well.
Wow.
Well, that was it. The final ever episode of the Notice Board. And what a way to end it. Thank you as always to Jeff, Philippa and Tommy. After the break, we'll be both dancing and learning. So don't change that channel. We'll be right back.
That's the ads. Well done, everybody.
Wow! What a brilliant run, eh?
Disrupt!
After party at my place, eh?
What advert is this, Alex? I don't remember passing it for broadcast. I think you made a mistake there.
I've got 4 kinds of sausage.
Oops.
Hey, you. You coming to the after party?
And how progressive their policies are.
No.
Well, I was wrong. And I'm here tonight to say
I got an E! E for excellent.
Last push, Alex. We're closing in. One of the guests in the last section is working with us. You'll be asked to censor on our behalf. If you do it right, the final orders will be given. You'll get 3 chances. Get at least 2 of them right, and we're gonna win this thing. It's happening, Alex. Tonight we take it back.
All right.
I always envied my friends who had so much more.
It's time.
My jealousy grew. So when the dance came to power,
I'm not a fan of censoring anything but swears, but it's for the greater good. It's for this cause that I'm working towards. Pew.
I didn't see how Alex advanced one. I didn't understand that rather than tearing down the wealth creators, we should have been helping everyone else to take a seat at their table. Under Advance, the country is poorer. It is poorer in ambition.
Look at that.
It is poorer
Do it
in
for Disrupt,
aspiration.
of course, of course.
We are infantilized by Advance.
Do it for the revolution.
Please, Sarah, anything.
Sorry, Mum, I'm really not supposed to say.
Are we safe?
Hi, I'm Maddie. Johnny just said to ask if you need any touch-up.
I have hauled
she?
myself out to the media to defend.
That's
the
my shade, is it?
Yeah.
This is
I
my
have
shade.
betrayed my parents.
Megan's not doing good.
I see that now. Mum, Dad,
You can run back to
I'm
Jenny now.
sorry.
Megan's kind of rude.
Sorry about that, Sarah. Nothing you can
The
tell
only
me.
hope.
At all, like at all.
They've said no one's died,
Now
that's all I can
lies.
say.
10 seconds.
I don't believe that for. Yeah, they said no one's died except for the of the people they shot.
Going in 5, 4, 3.
No one's died except for those people that they
Welcome back to
shot
the
down
National
in
Nightly
cold
News.
blood.
Later in this segment, we're hoping to be able to go back to Patrick Bannon at the scene of tonight's shocking disruptive attack. But first, I'm delighted to be joined by the cast of the smash hit musical everyone is talking about. I'll be speaking with the cast in a moment, but first, let's take a look at them in action. Please give a warm National Nightly welcome to the Novaries.
Oh
Hello?
boy.
Doctor? Yes, I see. Thank you for letting me know. I have a decent life. I'm a happy, loving wife. And my job is well paid and fulfilling. I have a husband, John. He's due home soon, won't be long. And I have to tell him something that is absolutely chilling. We share coffee in the morning, and we make love every day. We take time alone together to talk and laugh and play. We prioritize our needs. We do charitable deeds. But the flowers of a happy life are now beset by weeds.
I'm home.
Oh, darling John.
Oh, dearest John.
There's something very wrong. I've just had a conversation with our doctor, David Wong, so please be seated. This news will make you feel defeated. The scans revealed a lump.
You poor unlucky chump. Is it cancer?
Worse of John. We're having a
Ooh, this is a good song.
How can this be?
Oh, woe is me.
Why has this happened to me? I always wear 2 condoms for the maximum of
safety in our tiny flat. We built a peaceful habitat. Now our lives are fucked. We're having a baby. Now you can't have any wine at book club.
And there won't be any time for foot rubs.
Now your hair will stink of weed.
And you'll start to disagree. And forget about that holiday in territory 3. No more waking up at 10:30. In fact, you're never going to get a good night's sleep again.
No more snap decisions to go on to a club. You'll be lucky if you
I like this type of music.
Why can't we be more like
Like-
again? Lesbian charm.
The only glue they have to deal with comes from personal bums.
Alright, that was weird.
Stay at home.
The parasite won't leave you childless life. We're having a baby. We're having a baby. Changing nappies daily. We're having a baby. No more weekends by the coast. Now your kid is uppermost. It's more than a passing craze to have childless days. We're having a baby and drink thrown everywhere. Death trap toys at the top of the stairs. Every parent prays to have childless babies. We're having a baby. No more spas and no more we're having a baby. 18 years on bills and lease.
I like this.
We're having a baby. One more thing before the show begins.
I like the song. That was a good song. I think that's the best song in the game.
Amazing. The Novaries
Having
there,
a
treating us to their opening
baby.
number from Elegy for a Childless Life, which is currently the hottest ticket in the Capital Theatre District, and will be touring the territories later this year. Then come on, you guys, come on down.
That's a good. That was good, right? I'm not crazy. That was like a good song. That's like a genuinely good
Oh,
song.
really? You fans of the show? Used to be. Well, listen, let's get stuck in. Your amazing musical. Now, I mean, not only do you perform this show every single night,
With matinees on Wednesday and Saturday.
right, but you're also the show's creators, am I right?
Well, everyone contributes their ideas, and then some of us went away and did the actual work on the script. But no, it's very much a team effort.
Oh, that's fantastic. How rude of me. I've not introduced any of you. I'll be the one being replaced next. Let's go down the line, shall we?
Hi, I'm Jack. Hi,
Jim Blunt. Pleasure to be here.
Jennifer Borum Woodley.
Hello, I'm John Sapley. Used to be in the business professionally.
My name's Jill, with a J.
And I'm Janet. I'm the
Jill with the J.
That's incredible. And you were all
As opposed to what?
I mean, what a coincidence.
Jill with a G?
What a coincidence, right? With your names beginning with a J. With your names beginning with a J.
Oh my goodness, guys! Our names all begin with J.
How have we never noticed that?
Because you haven't typed them out 1,000 times?
You knew? Why didn't you say anything?
I thought we all knew. It's bloody obvious, isn't it? I just thought we were doing a funny thing where we never mentioned it.
And I believe as well as being friends, you're
Fair
also
enough.
couples in real life as well as in the show.
Well, not exactly.
I'm not married to him. I'm with Janet.
And I'm with John, you lucky bean.
Jim and I are married.
4 fabulous years.
Well, that must make for some confusion in the rehearsal room.
Well, you should have seen the first draft. Jen decided that Jack would play Jim, I would play Jack. Jen, Janet, Jill, Jen, Janet, Jill.
Jesus Christ.
What about John?
Well, my character was originally just called Man 1.
It was allegorical.
It was very confusing.
Not for a professional.
After much toing and froing, and gnashing and wailing.
And gin and tonic.
We decided names, which is less true.
Why not just swap around the roles?
Less likely to go into the wrong dressing room.
Oh, God, yeah, that would be very embarrassing, wouldn't it?
Of course, when I first wrote it, we were only meant to run for a few nights at the Limber Village Hall, but when I registered it with the Department for Culture,
Oh, boy.
it caught the eye of someone high up, and before you could say overnight sensation, we were transferring to the capital.
It's all been a bit of a roller coaster, really. I'm only 19. I'm the youngest.
Got that?
You really don't have to repeat that.
I had to give up my job as a mortuary technician.
Yes, we all had to move to the capital.
I love that job.
Poor guy.
A very turbulent time.
So peaceful, no singing. So peaceful, no singing.
This piece isn't.
Stand by, Alex. Censor the orange.
Children.
All right.
And why you shouldn't have them.
In a way, I guess it is political, with a small p. After all, we are a solid unit, and eagle-eyed audience members will see we nod our heads to advance on stage throughout, and we target the messaging at women aged 22, well, about 35, as they're the most likely to be afflicted by this terrible problem. Terrible problem. Having children. Terrible problem.
You understand.
I did it.
You clearly agree.
Jim is an icon. He is.
Of course, we see that there are advantages to a family unit, but eagle-eyed couples watch as the little parasites advance on their lives, and there's no time to play the guitar, get through a book, or watch a movie. They're exhausted, passed out on the couch by 20 to 9, for God's sake.
Very chatty tonight, dear.
Usually I'm the chatty one. You're the youngest, we know. It's not a badge of honour, Janet.
Oh, well said, John. Thanks, Jack. Got you back.
So, could you just tell us what
This is a lot of nonsense.
what happens in it? Well, go ahead.
It's a tragedy, obviously. Jennifer, myself, and John have their child, and then the story charts the downfall of their hopes and dreams.
Wow.
And there's lots of singing.
And dancing.
A lot.
My character works at a menu centre for a distribution unit. Eagle-eyed, she sees her friend's rapid advance to a pit of despair. Becoming a target for children's TV advertising at the age of 22, she decides to take drastic action. I can't really say more, though. I probably said too much already.
Let's not spoil the second act for anyone who might come to see it.
Which
I went a little
should
too long on that.
All of you.
For too long, we've been told that a life without children is somehow incomplete, that
No one said
children
that.
Are a blessing. Well, I've done the research, and they're not. Besides, there's already loads of bastards running around all over the place.
We just want people to have the option of a happy, child-free life without stigma. You know, when I was 14, before I had come out, I had an experience with a girl called Julia Jacob.
Oh, hey, we're back with these guys.
Experiment, I guess, you know, a chance to dip my toes into the...
Fascinating. Well, thank you all so much for coming in tonight. I really hope you keep them dancing in the aisles for many performances to come.
I did it. I censored for Disrupt, something I don't usually censor for people.
The latest from the scene of tonight's
But it was for a
events.
good
Patrick,
cause.
You okay?
Thank you.
You're
Megan.
not Patrick. Where'd
This
actual Patrick
is
go?
Patrick Bannon reporting from the scene of tonight's devastating and symbolic attack tonight this evening. An attack which I myself have found myself caught up in. I'm still a little dazed. And
I miss actual Patrick.
So I hope you'll forgive me if I seem that it's time to speak with the Prime Minister. Mrs. Salisbury, that's you. You're still here. The Prime Minister.
I couldn't
So
leave.
stuff's going on out there.
People that needed help. Any team player
It's a
would have
little
done the same.
nonsense.
I don't
Or a
deserve
little
praise
nuts,
for
I
being
should say.
here. I don't deserve praise for
Yes, no accolades here. Or Palisades. Or lemonade. Right. Or lemonade. So, is the situation now? Are we safe? Is the situation
Uh,
now? Are we safe?
Yes.
Wow.
The security services performed their duty
Nice.
without hesitation. And I would like to assure the public that although there have been some injuries, there were no civilian deaths here this evening.
What about the people you shot?
Sorry, did you say no death?
That's right. No civilian deaths. Just the four Disrupt terrorists curtailed
Yeah.
by law enforcement.
All right.
As always, so cohesive. If I may, I have a message.
Oh, they're
for
getting
your
close.
people.
Of course. The camera. There's the speak there on the camera there. Speak there on the camera.
Stay at home tonight.
You
Do not
monster.
become another casualty.
There was no civilian deaths, only the
Disrupt had their
terrorists?
moment.
You serious?
But, as the dear departed Peter Clements once famously said, it ends today.
You're damn right it does.
Thank you, Prime Minister, for those strong words of strength.
Fuck
Back to
you.
the studio. Megan, now in studio with Megan Wolf now.
Patrick Bannon there, bravely reporting.
That's
from
not Patrick!
tonight's horrifying bombing.
Ew,
Maybe you need
indeed.
to get checked out, Patrick. Well, that brings us to the end of tonight's National Night News. But before we go,
Victory is in sight, my friends. You have mobilized. You have come together. From our agents at the television networks risking arrest and getting those words to you, to the many hundreds and thousands gathering to invade team headquarters. As I speak, we are turning the tide, and it is time for change. Tonight
Let's
we
start
topple
a
the regime,
fucking
and we
revolution,
also silence
boys.
their mouthpiece. Channel 1. Time to wake up.
Out from the shadows, and they are not the overwhelming force they would have you believe. The military have been actioned, and, well, it's pretty scary out there tonight, so stay at home and stay with Channel 1, because the team has assured this program that the turbulence will soon be over.
They're right here.
Once again, focus our minds on building a new future.
Jesus!
My name is Megan Wolf. And let's make tomorrow better.
Damn it, Alex. Tonight is the beginning of the film.
I just wanted to do the news! Oh, they shot down a fucking plane!
Permission granted, old friend. We are going to detonate! Look out your window, Alex. See what you helped make.
Holy fuck, dude. Taking down the fucking government. Yep. Everything is fine. Yeah. Yep. Yup. A plus E. Oh, E does not mean excellent. Disrupt, destroy the Channel 1 broadcast tower. Some rude words were broadcast. An interference-free show. Exceedingly poor edit job. You played one advert too late. Advance, angered by content. Disrupt, effectively silence. Disrupt, ruin the broadcast. I have received my full wages. My current wealth, I can afford coffee. Neil's still doing great. Uh-oh, yeah. I think that has to happen. Oh, Channel 1's not happy. I think that has to happen, though. I think that's like story plot. Like, no matter what, it happens. Disrupt silenced? Yeah. An important review. You ever work a little early despite a stressful journey? You still aren't quite sure of everything that happened, though if the swarm of CCOs all over the buildings did anything go by, this isn't just a Channel 1 matter. This is confirmed when you're informed you need to speak to Bozeman immediately and are escorted to his office. You sit nervously outside, waiting for your boss. A few minutes later, the boss arrives, disheveled and with a stern-looking CCO in tow. Ah yes, Winston, good. There's a specialist, Ables. She will be observing this interview. Please come inside and take a seat. The ruddy-faced man bustles into his office and leaves the door open for you to follow. The few times you've been here before, it was immaculate, with everything in its proper place. Not so today. Must be serious for Bozeman to be this flustered. Excuse me. So, Alex, do you know why you're here today? Bozeman's eyes are sharp. His glare is fixed on your face from across the head. Ables is standing behind you, out of sight, but definitely not out of mind. Not really, no. I wasn't involved with anything that happened yesterday. What happened last night was nothing short of the culminative and heinous and outrageous campaign of terror that Disrupt have been reaping on the nation and its territories. Bozeman shoots a glance behind you to your left where your CCO observer is standing. And it is, of course, our duty to root out the rot whenever we find it to prevent anything like last night happening ever again. I have been asked by Advance to perform interviews with all staff members involved and will be submitting a personal review of your performance both during the incident in question and throughout your time here. This can only end well. His expression remains stern. Just tell the truth, Winston. This will all be over soon. Arranging some papers, Bozeman clears his throat and begins. Obviously, a lot happened last night, and I have a number of interviews to conduct today, so I'd rather not waste any time. Be brief, concise, and clear in your answers. So let's start at the beginning of the broadcast and work our way through it. After the attack at the memorial, you seem to have portrayed the terrorist in quite a sympathetic light. Why? I showed what was happening, the news. That's our job, right? I see. So you're saying it couldn't be helped and you had to show the aftermath as you did. I'll be sure to make note of that. Funny how unauthorized footage always seems to find its way into your broadcast. Bozeman scribbles some notes down, the noise of his pen scratching in a notepad, punctuated only by the constant tick-tock of his ornate clock. Hopefully this will all be over soon. Reviewing the broadcast, we noticed something a little odd about a particular camera choice. It was while everyone else was talking. Oh, where did I put it? Ah, yes, you're right. Do you recognize this? With a flourish, Bozeman produces the leaflet from the notice board and places it on your desk screen. Didn't notice it. I just assumed it was part of the set. Why else would it have been there on camera? Yeah, I assumed it was part of the set. So you're saying the blame lies entirely with the crew on set. There's no way you could possibly use your own judgment to determine it was unsuitable? You hear a disapproving grunt from the CCO behind you. Typical Winston, we shall see. Not exactly subtle there. There was one thing we noticed during the final of the notice board. Bozeman picked up some notes on the other side of the desk. You seem to have played odd choice of sound effects effective relatively early on. Now, the script was expecting laughing, but for all three, you chose to play booze. Why'd you do that? Sorry, I was under the impression that I could pick freely. Why did that change? I thought they were the most important choices are subjective after all. I was under the impression that I could pick freely. Yes, well, choice is given to those who show they can employ a sufficient degree of good judgment. And maybe we need to review this policy, or at least who qualifies for it. You see Bozeman is frowning as he adds his notes. It might have been nice to have him on your side. People would be interviewing today. Towards the end of the show, there appeared to be some issues with the sensor equipment. Bozeman pauses for a moment, putting his lid on his pen and placing it carefully on the desk, perpendicular to his notebook. How do you explain the fact that you censored perfectly acceptable language during the final segment? Seems to be an issue with the machine. Frank probably forgot to do his check. I just do what the display tells me. I don't decide what's supposed to be censored. Seems to be an issue with the machine. It'd be a very strange coincidence that one of our key pieces of equipment were to develop a malfunction at the exact time a disrupt chose to attack. Disappointing, but not unsurprising laughs by any incompetent police seems much more likely. But I suppose we won't know until maintenance has had a chance to check it out properly. Science takes over Bozeman as Bozeman writes some notes. How many questions will you have to answer? I am lying! At this point, Bozeman took out a pair of glasses and placed them somewhat defiantly on the end of his nose, that the portly man leaned forward to examine his nose. Now, obviously we expect an odd bit of interference here and there, unavoidable, however. Pause, turning the page. Interference is not the same as terrorist propaganda. Would you care to explain how quite so many of those messages found its way onto our airwaves? With everything else going on, I just didn't realize until it was too late. Out of the corner of your eye, you know Specialist Abels is visibly more attentive, awaiting your boss's response. While it's certainly true that accidents do happen, but it's an amazing coincidence how often they seem to happen when you're around, Winston. Bozeman smiles anything but warm, and Abels' glance towards you and stare that can only be described as glacial. You offer a strained smile back. A loud creak breaks the growing silence as Bozeman leans back in his chair. The tape of that poor Miss Brightman. Why did you play it? Help me understand. Why play that tape? As you met his gaze, you're almost surprised to see an earnest concern in the old man's eye. I was worried what Disrupt might do if I didn't play it. You watch Bozeman slowly clean his glass, answering. Well, at the end of the day, you chose to do it, Alex. I know what I'd done. I know what I'd have done in those shoes. After all, you have a habit of playing tapes you shouldn't, don't you? He clears his throat and leans forward, staring at you for a moment before continuing. That is, however, all I had for you. Uh-oh. Thank God it's over. I think that's all the information we need now, Winston. Bozeman looks questioningly at the CCO, but by the time you've turned around, the moment has passed. Best you just go home for now. There's no work for you until we get a new satellite tower up, but of course, don't leave town. I may have more questions for you following the other interviews. I believe you see open hostility in Specialist Abel's eyes. Well, you knew there'd be consequences. I'm gonna die! I'm gonna die. This ain't good. Leave town? Newspaper falls to the floor, slipping you from your numb hands, the headline whirling round and round your head. This can't be true. How could this be? Has it really been 2 months since that day? You find yourself back there, rushing back home after a particularly loud and stressful day at work. You're already late, but if you keep at the speed limit, there's no way you're going to hear the end of it. You could probably save 10 minutes or so off the journey if you wanted. Going to be mad either way, no point in speeding. A little mad is better than a lot mad. Best put the pedal to the metal. Seems everything's against you this evening. You have to stop at every traffic light, every stop sign, every junction between you and your destination. You're well over 45 minutes late by the time you finally pull up at the house. Only see a Betterment vehicle parked outside, lights still flashing. What's this about? CCOs are leading someone from your house to the van. This is your son's voice calling for you. The door's shut and is driving away. The spinning lights blinding you as your vision starts to swim. Charlie. And now you're in the break room. People at work have started avoiding you. Some of the show's crew start giving you funny looks. Bozeman's even been micromanaging you less than usual. It's just a misunderstanding. It'll all be over soon. Charlie had always hated Advance. The Disrupt poster on his door had been a clear sign of that as anything else. But he was a good boy, never violent. Certainly he wouldn't have... You and Sam have both gone to see him at the Betterment Center last week as soon as you'd be able. He hadn't been happy, but there was a lot of like-minded people there that he'd said... from what he'd said, and it wasn't a harsh place like the old prisons at least, but he had suggested he'd been having problems. It just couldn't have happened. That headline, 5 simple words in bold black type. Disrupt terrorist dies in Betterment. Winston was particularly violent, attacking a Betterment mentor, died in the infirmary after failed attempts at resuscitation, and the eternal question left unanswered. Was it his fault or yours? No! What is happening? My son is dead? It's your anniversary, and this year you've got a plan. A week away could be just what the doctor ordered for you and Sam, but it won't be cheap. It's more than you normally spend, but Sam's worth every penny. Sam still hasn't forgotten the missed anniversary, but you've not made a mistake again in the 3 years since. Damn, Bozeman. With the trip booked, you even took today off so you could go all out and cook a nice fancy meal from scratch. Fancy. Sam's going to love it. This should be here any minute. You even had time to single-handedly clean the entire house, floor to ceiling. It took hours. He was just a boy. He was 15. At this point, he was like 16. This poor boy. Sam will appreciate it, and that's all that matters. Here, keys in the lock, and to put the final touches in place. As Sam steps into the hallway, you're waiting in the doorway to the kitchen, dressed to the nines and acting as nonchalant as possible. Alex, what's all this? Oh my God, did you clean? And what's that smell? They give you a quick kiss as they step past you into the kitchen, where the banquet is laid out, candles lit, while Susie standing quietly and grinning. Oh my God, Alex, happy anniversary, Sam. Happy anniversary, Susie echoes as Sam turns to you, smiling with tears in their eyes. Alex, it's perfect. Sam rushes over and kisses you softly, only breaking off when you get a less than subtle cough from Susie. By the way, how do you feel about being grandparents, Susie? What did you just say? Kidding, I'm kidding. Thought it might be sooner than you think. Though it might be sooner than you think. Susie laughs as Sam grabs the door frame for support. Let's catch up tomorrow. You two have a great evening. Susie quietly lets herself out, leaving you two together. You pull out Sam's chair for them. Why, thank you, Sam says, taking a seat and grinning at you. Sounds like Susie and Zach are happy. They shake their head as you take your own seat opposite them. You really didn't have to do all this, Alex. I know, I wanted to. I love you, Sam. I love you too. They breathe, admiring the panoply of food you've prepared for them. Now, where on earth do I begin? They laugh as you pour the first glass of champagne of the evening. You're very lucky to have such a wonderful family. Who could ask for more? Poor Charlie. He was just a boy. He didn't deserve this. Damn you, advanced and unwelcome discovery. Sam's call had been brief but urgent. Susie was in the hospital and had asked both of you to come. You left work immediately. Bozeman had grudgingly accepted that a family emergency was cause enough to leave on short notice. Though you're sure he muttered something about you making up the hours. When you ask at the front desk, they direct you to Susie's room. You run up the 2 flights of stairs along the corridor until you find the right room. Another one? That's what, 5? The 2 nurses outside cut themselves off. You push past into the room. Sam is at your daughter's bedside speaking with a doctor. Susie is in a medical gown. Both faces are streaked with tears. What's wrong? What's happened? The doctors look sympathetically towards you as you move to put your arms around the pair of them. Susie should be fine after some time to rest. However, I'm afraid we were unable to save the baby. Sam hugs Susie as your daughter breaks down into tears. Oh God. I know this is hard for you to hear right now, but it looks like it could be difficult, if not impossible, for you to conceive. Again, I am terribly sorry, and if you have any questions at all, I'll be just outside. The 3 of you are left alone in the room, hugging tight as if we could somehow fix this. Your poor little girl. You wish there was something you could do. Anything, but there isn't. For now, all you can do is hold her close and protect your daughter as best you can. Jesus Christ! A job down. Uh-oh. Everything's ready. You and Sam have been trying to watch Bullet Man for years, but you missed it in the cinemas and it never seemed to be in stock when one of you went to pick up the VHS. Now you're just waiting for them to get home so you can start. You hear the front door open and put a bowl of popcorn on the table. We're all ready to go. Get your butt in here. Sam comes in with a vacant stare, ignoring both film and snacks as they sit down next to you. You have to actually nudge them to break their stupor. Sam, what is it? I've just been let go from work. Sam is just staring into space. Apparently there just isn't need for 2 nursery teachers anymore. Not enough children, so they can't justify the expense. Honey, I'm so sorry. It'll be okay. You'll find another place. No, you don't get it. There just isn't that demand for younger years teachers anymore. Not just here, anywhere. I don't know what I'm going to do. What are we going to do? You pull Sam into a hug. I know things are tough, but we'll think of something. How, Alex? You're barely scraping by as it is, and now Sam starts to sob. We're gonna have to sell the house. I can't see any other option. We've got too many debts to pay. That's what we have to do. Fine. It's only the two of us living here now anyway. I suppose you're right. Still, I hate the idea of losing this place. Think of everything that's happened here, Alex. They fall silent, thinking. Eventually you start the film and neither of your hearts are in it. Too busy thinking about the future. Still, a house isn't everything. It's the people who make it home. Home is where the heart is, after all. Come on, game! Just the 3-hit punch of Charlie dies, Susie loses her kid, now we're gonna lose the house. Jesus! You're trying to kill me! Back to work. 1975, the sterility. 3 years since the uprising. Oh, it's all fancy schmancy.
I know we don't see eye to eye on much, but things could be significantly worse. Why don't you try to muddle through for a change rather than your established approach of giving me a headache? If not for me, do it for the children, Alex. It's advanced as ill-conceived to bring your daughter to work day today, so there's even more people than usual for you to disappoint.
I have nothing to play. I have to just play these. I don't have an option. Competition time.
This is Jenny. She's the floor manager.
Hi, Stacey.
And public
That's
information.
Colin. He, do you know, don't need to call him.
Not getting involved and bring your daughter to work, Colin.
Nah, we don't believe in it.
All right, come and sit next to Mum.
Believe in what?
Just days.
I'm surprised you haven't been executed yet. Oh yeah, no. I think I've, oh god, Advance has taken over completely.
Okay, we are going in 5, 4, 3.
I feel like I have 100%
Good evening
just
and
gone
welcome
with
to the
Disrupt.
NNN. I'm Megan Wolf, and who's this?
NNN?
Well, it's Bring Your Daughter to Work Day here at Channel 1. So I'm joined tonight by my foster daughter, Stacey. Say hello, Stacey. Go fuck yourself. All right then.
Wow,
Here
Stacey.
are the stories that matter to you. First up, with Advance confirming that the nuclear fallout from the 20-week war is to blame for the drop in birth rates across the territories, we asked you what keeps you going. I know that I, for one, was quite deflated when I heard about this, but reading all your submissions has really put the smile back on my face. This is from Drew in Humberset. To take our minds off things, me and my partner have been building this house for our hamster.
Aww.
It really does distract us from thinking about the 85%
Jesus
rate.
Christ,
So next week,
85%?
we're building Nibbles, a tiny conservatory, a loft conversion, and a holiday home. Thank you for that. And if you've started a new hobby, do write in and tell us about it. Next up, you know how we love your uncanny comestible coincidences, and I don't know about you, but I think this one really takes the biscuit. I'm not sure what I'm more impressed by, Stacey. The things our viewers spot are the unbelievable way our menu centres are now able to feed every team member every single day. Catherine from Berkeldown sent us this, saying, I couldn't help but spot the face of poor departed Peter Clement in my 4th lager this morning.
4th lager this morning.
I see it, Catherine.
This is the world that asexuals want.
Third.
Jesus.
Do keep those coming in. Can you have a go? We've just got time for one more of your stories, and this one is an inspiring story of rehabilitation. That's it, just tell us who it's from, yeah, and then read it out. Okay.
So this one says it's from John in Stokely. Before I was convicted, I'd never read a single book, but since I was released from Betterman, I haven't been able to stop. I'm even working at a library, and on our lunch breaks, Mr. Wordyworth spell checks for my tattoos.
We absolutely love hearing the way our neighbours and team members have been able to become better people. So do let us know your stories here. You can do this bit, Stacey. No, you're right. Come on, give it a try.
Let us know your stories here at the NNN.
Right, bit of a change of pace coming up here. You'll need to use the S effect buttons for decide
Really?
when and what to use. Simple stuff. Just follow your government orders.
This is just... And then, yeah. God, I'm just depressed now. I'm just depressed.
First up tonight on the NNN, it's time to celebrate this week's team lottery winners live from the Shakespeare Theatre right here in the capital. We're going to hand over to Julia Salisbury. I suppose you don't think much of her either, eh, Stacey?
She's got a lot more going for her than you wankers.
Okay. Surprising vote of
Oops.
approval there from Stacey. Let's go live to that right now.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to this week's Team Awards. Of all the many duties I have as team leader, this is by far the most pleasant. As I so often say to you, the uneven past is now following the demise.
I can't even
of the
pick
past
anything else.
Firmly behind us. This is the new future, and I say to you,
I can't even pick anything else.
I am delighted to be joined here tonight by one of the oldest people in Territory 1. He was born over 107 years ago.
Wow.
Please give a warm team welcome to Alfie Tadgebadger.
Taj Badger, what a name.
So, Alfie, you must have seen so much in your lifetime. What have been some of the highlights? Alfie,
He's not doing too good.
is he all right?
Why laugh? That just feels mean. I wouldn't laugh at him.
Hearing aid isn't turned on.
Oh, could you turn it on?
It's sad. Yeah, this is very, just super sad.
He says it drains the battery.
Well, will you tell him that we'll buy him a brand new battery after the presentation?
I'm not gonna applaud that. You don't deserve applause for that.
Yeah, he says that's fine then. And I will help him with that. Yeah.
If you would. Sorry, can't get the staff.
I'm not.
We got it.
That's not funny. I don't see the reasons to laugh or applaud at some of these things.
What? You're 107 years old.
Oh, don't bloody remind me.
Would you like to tell the audience what that's like?
Where is everybody?
Out there, in the dark. Bless him, it's not just the ears.
It's just bullying an old man.
Who are you? 2 sugars, please.
I'm Julia Salisbury, the Prime Minister.
I love this story. Who are you really?
No, I really am the Prime Minister.
Oh, so you're a
woman.
Yeah, a woman. One of
Women can do anything men can do these days, Alfie.
Oh, can you piss standing up?
I can't say I've ever tried.
No, I didn't think so. 2 sugars, please.
I like Alfie.
Not too much milk.
Shall we get to the awards, Alfie?
Yay, awards!
Can you
Woohoo!
ask me about my life?
Well, I'm not sure we have enough time left now for that, so...
When I was 9, I wanted a pet, so I asked me Mam and Pap. There was no television then, back then, you know. We made our own entertainment out of coal and roadkill.
Aww.
Fascinating.
So they got me a pet, see? But it weren't a dog. They told me it were a dog, but it were a stone.
A stone?
Yeah.
How dare they?
So I called it Patch, which was a popular name for a
Dog
dog.
back then.
On account of the king having a patchy face.
I love Alfie.
I
He's
decided
great.
to introduce him.
He's just a little old man.
Little Gertie Thimble, who lived up the road.
Oh, how romantic.
She threw my dog in the river. That was the day I decided I'd never marry.
And that's the secret to your long life?
Oh no, I've been married 7 times. Divorced 8. There was a mix-up with number 3, see. Guess I'm just lucky.
Alright.
Are we going back to the home soon?
Soon, Alfie. First, let's turn to the reason we're all here. The weekly Territory 1 Team Awards.
Weekly?
First up tonight is a lady who really knows how to put in the extra hours. She works at a transition centre in Hamble Bamblebury, and she has single-handedly allowed more families to unburden each other than any other nurse in Territory 1. In the uneven path, she'd have been locked up.
I'm not. It's not
Tonight,
funny.
she is being honoured as a teen.
Is this gonna be my daughter? That'd be nuts.
Please
That'd be nuts. No.
welcome Daphne Snister.
Daphne Snister. Oh, she looks like a grouch.
Are you here to change me?
Just give her a medal, Alfie. There's a good boy.
Yay, Alfie!
I mean, 2 sugars. And don't let it steep too long.
I think you're supposed to give me one of those.
Well,
there he goes. Look.
Why?
Get the arms
I don't want to laugh at a poor old man.
Go down.
Thank God those fractious times are behind us, and now the territories are thriving.
Are we in? Has the actors said to the mission?
Yes, thank you. I've got it from here.
Poor old man.
Well done.
Just bullying him.
Now, open your envelope and find out what you've won. Don't hold back there. She's tougher than one of Peter's homemade Eccles cakes.
Got it. I've won a holiday for 2 in Territory 15.
Woo!
Used to be called San Palmerino, didn't it?
I believe it did, yes.
Why couldn't we have stuck with that then? It's easier to remember.
We're all one nation now.
Hang on a minute. Isn't it still on fire?
Daphne Snister, everyone.
Oops, I missed the.
We'll get to that, Alfie.
Oops, I missed the government-sanctioned censors.
Next up tonight is a couple from Farnley who, after a rocky start losing their family's ill-gotten gains to the Assets and Wealth Act, have really embraced the new future, setting up a community farm and petting zoo in their local area for all the local children to play. Please welcome Otho and Lobelia Jackson Randy-Gannett.
Wow.
Medal, Alfie.
You know, when I was in the trenches, I had a pal called Scotty Wilson. He was from way up north, so I didn't understand a bloody word he said. But he were my best mate.
Aww.
Should we just grab them personal?
Probably for the best.
And his best mate was Smudger A's. There was them. Didn't hear it.
Oops, slash S,
Terry,
exactly.
and of course,
Unstable Terry!
She were a girl. But she had a boy's name, so they shipped her to the front anyway. First girl any of us has ever seen, close up. She's dead now. They all are. Smudger and Scotty never made it.
I'm not putting canned reactions on this.
In fact, worth prison in Alden over Olive. And Terry, he exploded quite, you know.
Exploded?
Simply got a fatal skin. Scratched herself to death. It makes you think.
Thanks, Alfie. Great contribution.
That was sad.
So, Otho and Lobelia, a petting zoo.
I didn't want to put canned. I didn't want to put canned sadness on a story like that. That felt disrespectful.
So we decided to do something about it. That's the type of people we are, you see. Advantage of a private education, probably.
Well, I'm sure we could debate that all night, but there's no time. So, let's see what you've won.
Yes, before we do, there's something I need to say to you.
Oh, absolutely. Every citizen of the new future has my ear.
When advance came to power, you took all of our wealth. You took the shirts off of our backs.
Quite literally, in my case, I used to collect shirts.
You might as well have the rest of it, too.
Oh boy.
Oh God, not again. If I said it once, I've said it 1,000 times. Fannies and the news are not good bedfellows. Keep those flak bits off my channel, Alex.
I don't want to. I don't want to show the naughty bits. Children watch this.
It isn't right and it isn't fair.
You tell him, girl. That's my wife, you know. Oh, no, you don't.
You can't mix pearls with swine. It isn't right. We used to have 3 horses. Then to
I.
And now what have we got? 2 mangy goats, 1 mongrel dog called Kenneth, and a rooster that won't bloody shut up! Can we get this over quickly with, please?
As the actress said to the bishop. Oh, here we go again. Hello, Alfie Tagsbadger. Pleased to meet you.
Stop them!
Oh, don't worry, look.
Jeez.
I'll protect you. Oh, 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 oh.
He better won't know what he knows.
You know, this reminds me of when I was in my 20s.
Oh, we get a look at this.
Promenade at Shining on Sea and watch all the pretty girls on the beach.
Aw.
Everything was black and white then, of course. We
Ew, boobies, exactly.
And tried to win a block of lard to take home to the family. You couldn't buy lard in those days. You had to win it. Oh, it was so much sin.
Oh my God!
Boys were boys, girls were girls. Everyone else was recruited by the circuses. There were loads of
Yeah, I feel like that should have been seen really quick. They're beating these people to death.
The pipe organ drifting over the nearby fields. My mum used to call it the most magical sound in the world. This was before she lost her hearing after giving a particularly loud round of applause.
I like Alfie's joke. I'll laugh at Alfie's joke.
Go to the circus.
What's that, Alfie?
The circus. Yeah, just a tea, Pat.
Well, that was an unexpected dose of naked nostalgia. Some people simply can't let go of the past. That's why I look in
Shut up.
joy and fervent admiration at the younger generation. So cohesive, such a team. And with fertility falling throughout the territory,
Vance is such a toxic girl boss,
our
yeah.
fabulous new generation now more than ever. Our final winner tonight is a go-getter who really went and got 'em, helping to root out more than 170 disrupt collaborators in his own neighborhood.
Boo.
Since then, he's gone on to be a senior cohesion cadet leader and organised all of the entertainment at last year's Camp Cooperation. Our final winner tonight, Edwin Neverlay.
I'm not giving him applause. Fuck you, Edwin. You dick.
To be in a transition centre, you old nonk.
Monster.
It's an absolute pleasure to finally meet you. We're very similar, in my opinion.
Well, I've never been much of a role model.
Nonsense, Prime Minister. You have saved this country. You have fought enemies, foreign and domestic, with 9 fists. As with my own tiny fists have I.
I'm not giving him any canned responses.
And find out what you won. Maybe it'll be a fist enlargement.
Ugh. I don't like this child.
A year's internship as a behaviour coach at Betterment. It's just what you always wanted. Let's show the fools where they went wrong, eh?
Well, actually, Betterment is about rehabilitation, Edwin.
Absolutely. And if they don't reintegrate, we retaliate. Just like you did at Liberation Day. Thank you for this award. And stay vigilant. Report to non-cohesives. Be a team player.
You're a monster.
That concludes tonight's awards. Join me next week when, hopefully, things will be a lot more normal. Back to you, Megan.
Child is a monster.
Prime Minister Salisbury there at a highly eventful team awards ceremony. Any thoughts on this week's
What is he
winners,
doing?
Stacey?
This is
The
freaky.
nurse was fucking scary, the pretees were saggy, and that little prick will never lose his virginity.
Oh, she's right on that part.
Keep up there, if a little profane. After the break, we'll be going live to a star-studded premiere. You won't believe who's on the red carpet tonight. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this. And we're out.
Crazy Neil.
One other. What's that? You're off already? I know you had to take the day off work for Junior, but... Oh, I see. No luck still with Theo. I'm so sorry, darling.
What's happening?
Of course. I'll speak to you later.
Why can't I play
Alex,
Crazy Neil stuff?
I forgot what I was going to say. Last of all, you're lucky your Susie is a key worker and exempt for today.
Some kind of tragic comic disaster.
That
Do you reckon he's watching us somewhere? Laughing.
Jodie, are you watching?
Are you receiving us?
Are you fucking with us?
Oh, right. So she can swear.
I don't want him to bring out my daughter. That's weird. I don't like government sanctioned music. This is weird.
So, Patrick and Robin are just going to grab who they can, and then you've got these generic links on your key to glue it all together.
They do know I have a Queen's View degree in journalism.
Bet you wish you'd study something useful, eh?
You must bring your daughter to work day.
I don't like this. Ick, indeed. Also, I like how the transition center is said to unburden people, and then you take old people there and they're gone. So it feels like they're just killing people.
Oh, there she is, and just in
Oh,
time,
god
too.
dang it.
10 seconds, everybody.
What have you been up to?
What's it to you?
And we are going in 5, 4, 3.
Pretty sure they are, yeah. It's just
Welcome
euthanasia.
back. Stacey's still here.
Wishing she wasn't.
Thanks, Stacey. And in this segment, we're delighted to have sent Robin and Patrick to the movies. Yes, tonight is the world premiere of the
I wanna test this. Can I just play the same thing over and over?
The late great Helena Canterbury Boat Shoe, and all the stars are out tonight.
I'll
We
have
first
one
covered this
ready
film
just in
almost
case,
5 years
but-
ago, back when it was called The Medicated. Then, for mysterious reasons, the film was suddenly pulled the night before its release. Well, since then,
Weird.
executive producer George Focus has spent 5 long years polishing the film and turning
Gross.
it into a special edition premiering tonight. With extensive state-of-the-art visual effects and a top-quality voice team, George says it's the movie he always wanted to make. Now, let's take a look at it.
It's no longer the medicated, it's something else. No, they just add robots in post.
Deconstructed. I can't deconstruct it.
It's so dumb. It's so bad. It's Morbius, yeah.
Is this a wig?
It's just.
You think I don't grow that?
It's just added.
I'll kill you. Think of Saturn.
There's something on your face, Chief Harrison.
It's so bad.
I wish you were real, baby. Flesh and blood.
Captain Quasar.
But you're just ones and zeros, baby. If only I'd noticed.
Captain Quasar.
You
This
rested,
is terrible.
but I didn't notice.
Captain.
I'm buffering, bitch, you said?
Got one on you.
God damn it, blast it all!
boy.
Here's a map.
What's a map?
Okay, so head north on Interstellar Avenue, left at the asteroid belt, and a
Come
tricky
on.
turn at Uranus. What are these symbols? This corner. This is the key.
Shut it down.
Yes,
Oh my God.
yes, we can shut it down.
But we have to ask ourselves, who are we?
So they just took what was already filmed, did terrible voiceovers, and added robots in post. Wow. Amazing. The automated.
Gosh, thrilling stuff. What did you think, Stacey?
Red carpet. Cha cha cha. Oh my god, it's Crazy Neil!
The robots were alright.
Oh my god, it's Crazy Neil.
They certainly were. Let's go over to Robin Shaw
Please.
now in Western Square, who I believe has got the star of the show. Robin.
Well,
I want Crazy Neil. Bring him on.
But both of the stars, Lawrence Blunderclatch and Helena
Come on,
Canterbury,
bring.
Thank you so
You.
much.
Oh my god, you better bring Crazy Neil on.
Like yours that Helena
I didn't invest all my money in him for nothing.
Well, I couldn't.
Absolutely right, darling.
And you two have both become absolutely huge in the past couple of years, haven't you?
Even huger.
What is
yes,
happening?
that's right.
Government
I
news.
feel very lucky.
It's the
Very,
red carpet.
Very lucky to be born, well, you know. And Helena is in massive demand too at the moment. She's still the face of a major cosmetics brand, and she's booked to do a one-woman year in the summer.
Wow, it sounds like you're both very busy. But is there any chance we'll get to see you together on screen again?
No, I'm really not supposed to mention this, but we are doing a little something together.
No.
I'm playing a weathered starship captain from another galaxy, and Helena is my droid companion.
Wow.
But how does that work?
I spend 7 hours in makeup now.
No, how does Helena play a droid?
Oh, we just pop her on a roller skate.
Wow.
Mm.
Well.
Okay.
Lawrence Blunderclatch and Helena Canton Boatshoot, thank you so much for joining me. And we're going over to Patrick Bannon now. Patrick, will we be seeing you in a movie anytime soon?
Thank you, Robin. Fingers crossed. I'm joined here by pop icon
Ashes
It's
to
Lil C.
ashes.
And her father, country singer and alien worshipper, Billy Bob
Alien
Thornton.
worshipper.
So, Lil C, what's with the bag?
She knows what she's done.
Well, we love
She's
this look.
sad.
Is it one of yours?
No, you know it's not. We don't do that anymore.
Yes, of course. Your clothing label went bankrupt, didn't it?
Ah, because I did the disrupt thing.
Failed to fulfill their contractual obligations.
Well,
Because they played the disrupt advertisement, they didn't hear they didn't hear the clothing brand.
And wellness brand.
I'm not sure that it is.
Let her show you. This is our new eyeshadow palette. She calls this one Glands.
Glands. Ew.
Scented. Wow, that was a surprise.
And this next one, this is our new lipstick. We call this shade Lips.
Lips.
Wow.
Ah, yes, the shade of lips.
It's organic. And this
Salty?
Our next one, this body spray.
Mm.
This
That's-
is a body mist which
that's a-
rebalances your hormones and actually smells like fertility.
So it's goop.
Oh, right, yeah. Wow.
You feel that?
Yeah. That
It's
burns.
goop.
Oh,
All this is part of Lil C's new range.
Gwyneth Paltrow.
Straight from my veins.
Ew.
good lord.
Breeze Craglar.
So.
Praise Craglar.
You're retiring from the music
Poor
industry.
fake
That must
Patrick,
be
yeah.
hard.
Well, she's way past her prime,
Hey.
Patrick. It was very hard for her to accept at first, but the industry's very, very sure about these things.
Well, should we try and convince you?
Why?
to release just one
Stop
last
doing that.
album?
We do actually have another album ready, but that's for the label to release in case she dies over the next 10 years or so.
Jesus. Okay.
Well, given the way she's going, you might get it by Christmas.
Well, we better let you get
All right.
Now remember, we need the money. So, she's also available for parties, weddings, funerals, and bar mitzvahs.
Huh.
Thank you.
What a
Lil
weird
C.
combination of things.
That's Lil C there. Oh.
It's Jesus.
Oh, and it looks like Robin has got hold of Jesus. Is it obvious? I'm sweating.
We haven't seen him in a while.
Liz, Patrick, Jesus, I almost can't believe you're here. How have you been?
You know, I like to walk amongst the peoples every now and then. It makes them feel close to me.
It's him.
Right, yes.
And to
It's
be close.
Jesus.
To be human. And to be human is to be apart. Oh,
Okay.
Write that down. Hey, Rachel, write that one down.
It's good to see you've done so well for yourself.
What?
Thank you, my child.
I was on it,
You know, I
thank-
have you to thank for that. If it was never for your show supporting me and my music, I never would have transcended.
Transcended?
There are rumours going around that you might be running for office. Is there any truth to that?
Yeah, that's absolutely true, yeah.
Huh.
But you're aware that
I wonder
elections
who
have
this
been
is
suspended in
referencing.
territories.
No, I'm not running to be no prime minister.
Oh, you're not?
No. I'm gonna be king of the moon.
King of the Moon.
King of the Moon?
Yes.
No, sorry. You're running for King of the Moon?
I love him. He's a little bit nuts.
It's my birthright.
His birthright. I want to be
And
king of the
does
moon.
this have
You
anything
can't.
to
It's
do with
Jesus'
promoting
birthright to be king of the moon.
opera
Sorry.
shows in space?
You'd have to take it up with him.
Sinister is so unmoon.
So
Okay. And
unmoon.
how long will this last? Will it go the way of last year's living as a mouse fiasco? Or maybe you'll foray into ventriloquist beats?
I don't make the moon rules. I merely live
I love this man.
So, are you
This
looking
man
forward
is
to seeing the automated?
insane.
No, I don't believe in film.
Jesus Christ.
Thou shalt keep thine image still unholy. That's track 4, Jesus Christ made us though.
Jesus Christ.
Thank you for your time, and good luck with your new life in space.
And with you, my child.
Okay. Alright, thanks, buddy.
Well, Megan, that's what success looks like.
Oof.
I'm gonna see if we can grab someone else to have a chat. Back to you.
Thanks, Robin. But I think Stacey and I are probably in quite enough trouble where we are.
I'm surprised that Advance let him live. Yeah, especially after his whole song against Peter Clement.
Maybe from your generation's perspective?
You won't like my opinion.
Go on, try me.
Well, Bumbanonk is so old he's like 1 week away from the transition centre, so who cares? And Lil C was cool when I was like 12 or something, but now she's just another fucking loony. And Jesus is a disrupt-loving wanker who should have died.
It's Crazy Neil!
3 years ago.
You're right.
You agree with me?
I knew it!
I don't like your opinion. But thankfully, we can go back to
He's
Patrick
here!
now, who has another familiar face to catch up with. Oh, Patrick, what's the atmosphere like there?
It's Crazy Neil!
I can't quite believe it either, but he's here. It's Crazy Neil.
Fuck yeah!
Hi ho, how you doing?
Neil,
That's all I cared about.
They've really, really connected with your ad.
It's Crazy Neil.
What's it like suddenly being so popular?
It's crazy. People stop me in the streets, they expose themselves, they write me threatening letters. You know, the stalker has become the stalky. A real taste of Neil's own medicine, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, and what's been the most challenging thing?
I love Crazy Neil.
It's
I love him.
places like this, you know, being around actors and rock stars, they're real crazy. And Crazy Neil knows crazy.
I love him.
And I'm used to being the loudest whack job in the room.
I love Crazy Neil.
But I know what you're thinking. Hey, Neil, where's the crazy deal?
Oh my god, he even has a crazy deal for us? Hell
We got
yes.
crazy deals on chairs. You ever sit in a chair that knock your socks off?
The grind never stops with Neil.
But what do you say? We got a deal? Well, what about Betty Andrews' handbag? It's real leather. It's real cheap. And it even contains our heart medicine. Spicy. You've got the chair. You've got the bag. You're really busting my balls. What can I do to convince you? Let me throw in my wife, Mrs. Neil.
Pardon?
It's the latest model. Not a scratch on her. Pearls like a charm. What do you
Huh.
say? We got a deal.
Look, I can't take your wife.
Yes, you can. I got loads of them. Come on down. A crazy
Crazy
deal.
deal.
We got crazy deals on chairs. We got crazy deals on meals. We got crazy deals on wheels. We got wheels on meals. Meals on wheels. We've even got endangered seals. And we got meals with endangered seals. Yeah.
Crazy Neil, baby!
Neil! Well, it's always a dream come true to me. To
I
get
love
on
he
that,
is
Megan.
iconic.
Man himself, aren't we lucky?
Yes.
Back to
Very
you.
lucky. The luckiest you can be. Crazy Neil on the red
There,
carpet.
on what looks like an amazing
A
night.
crazy
They
deal from
certainly know
Crazy
how to make
Neil.
moments. And the automated really does seem to have unstoppable written all over it, because despite Boris Hawtin
I
in
love
Hours
him.
magazine
He's
calling
so
it
good.
Lawrence Blunderclatch's
He
overly
is
long
selling
suicide
wives.
note, in a review
He's selling.
which ends
Hey,
with
she's in the
words,
chair
"And he
and
has
taking the
the
medication.
opportunity to see it
Well, that's a
through."
crazy deal.
The film, which is free to all residents.
Good
of
job,
the
Patrick.
territories, has seen record pre-bookings and looks set to run for months and months. But let's go back to those lucky few seeing it tonight. Oh, I'm so jealous. Robin, you seen anything unusual there?
Thanks, Megan.
Who we got?
Well, will you
All right, who's
settle
next?
for the territory's most eligible bachelor?
Ooh.
5 years ago, Steve Saxon was an unknown.
Who?
Then a series of incredible performances in acclaimed productions, from Hamlet's Jam to The Curious Rise of Algernon Ding Dong,
What?
made him the most wanted man in drama. He's been voted.
Hope not Patrick and
60th
Neil's
man
not
of the
ex-wife. I
25
hope not
three
Patrick and
successive
Neil's now
years.
ex-wife have a
Now,
happy life together.
let's see
Me
if-
too.
Excuse me, Mr. Saxon. Steve, have you got a moment to
Wait.
talk to the NNN?
Oh, hi, the NNN.
Huh?
You know, your show gave me my first chance at an audience.
Oh wait, no, never mind. I thought that was Lil C. I was like, but she was what?
Remember, even then, everyone could see there was something so special about you.
The whole thing is burned into my mind.
Maths is really
I can
important.
give your amazing viewers in return.
Not that we're actually going anywhere. Or is she?
Are you going to introduce us to your day?
But of course, this
I'm
is...
Charlotte Winstanley Hamilton. I was in Hey Friendship too. You know, that scene you burned into your mind. I was in that.
No.
Wow. No.
Sorry. I don't remember you at all. Are you sure you
Ah,
were in that?
beautiful.
Yes, I was the pretty one. Tell her, Steve.
Looks are really important.
Yes, it is him! Looks so really important.
So it's been a big year for you.
He
I
always
think,
says it. He always has some play
Yeah,
on that
so,
on that
I've been
phrase.
working
I
with
love it.
an enfant
He's so
terrible
cool.
Called Quentin Sucker Punch. We've been doing all the Shakespeares.
Crikey, all of them.
Yeah, so we shoot one a week.
That's a lot.
I play all the parts, so I learn them at the weekend, and then we shoot them naked in his steam room.
Why?
The lighting in there is really good.
Oh, that's why.
Sorry, did you say naked?
Yeah. Well, he is. I'm in a variety of hats. It's an old theatrical tradition.
I'm in a variety of hats.
It was called Look at Me.
And you did that advert, didn't you, babe?
Is that your dental floss?
And the sex tape, of course.
Steve!
The
I
what?
don't like to talk about that. Although
Hats?
available for
Yep.
$11.99 everywhere.
$11.99 everywhere.
So, what is your favourite Shakespeare play then, Steve?
Ooh, I like the wordy one.
It's starting soon. I'm going to
Wow.
the trailers.
You've narrowed it down.
She'll be here.
Hamlet, Macbeth.
Oh, I'm so really late, guys. What took you so long? There was an injured pigeon.
Harriet.
I'll explain on the way in.
Now,
Aw.
of course, I remember you from that legendary first appearance.
Really? Her too?
You
Yeah.
were such a serious little thing.
I love it.
You had that horrible sister.
Yes! That was me! I'm the horrible sister.
Don't be so hard on yourself.
Ah, she's the worst. I hate.
So,
I hate
what have you been
Charlotte.
up to, Harriet?
Actually, last year I was overseas bringing art to the starving children from outside the territories. They may not have food, but they can still have Canada.
Good for you.
And now I'm in an
All right.
experimental physical theatre piece about the existential angst of Wicker.
Wicker?
Amazing. So,
The thing
we
that's
do it
made
above the
the
pub on
chair out of?
Thursdays.
I was
And
also the
baskets?
girl who got murdered in the bath in Night Slasher 3.
Haven't seen it.
But she was brilliant.
Thanks, Steve.
Fucking hilarious.
Yeah. Thanks, Steve.
I think it's starting soon and I really need a thing.
Oh my god, you need the loo now. We're gonna completely miss the trailers. You were so selfish. Sorry.
We've got to go.
Oh, of course.
I
Thank you
fucking.
so much for
I
talking
hate
with
Charlotte
us.
so much.
Thanks. Love the NNN.
I love you guys. Stop showing off. Sorry.
Oh my God, Megan, I can't believe that. Steve Saxon, Harriet Winstanley Hamilton, and someone else, can't remember her name for life. I'm too starstruck.
Ah,
If
I
I'm
love
honest,
that.
I
That's
think
good.
I've just come.
Ew.
Back to you, Megan.
Then lucky you and enjoy the movie. The Automated
'Kay.
opens in cinemas across the territory
Automated.
this weekend. What a star-studded event, hey Stacey?
Who cares? No one goes to the cinema these days.
Of course. We'll be back after these messages. I still go to the cinema.
Ooh, I can play the same one over and over.
Like the one at the home.
Yeah, I've got a video recorder. It's just not the same, is it?
Right.
Cool.
No,
I'll play Channel 1's thing. I won't play Advance's stuff.
Huddle on the back row. Doesn't that happen anymore?
In public. What's wrong with you?
Lucky me.
What's wrong with me?
Feeling better?
Hi, Jenny.
Gotta get set up for heat rash. I think Ronnie's on something. I know he is. It was on his rider. Apparently it's medicinal.
Ronnie's always high. Give him orange juice.
God, she speaks.
These are the worst kind of people.
I'm just like what you wish you wouldn't.
Worst kind of people. That you speak? Shut up.
We seem to be a bit bunched up at 10.
Oh, don't worry. It's so close.
It's what now?
So much better.
Oh, here's Megan. She's going to be interviewing
Gotta go
you.
to
Hello.
Betterment.
This is Stacey.
How this is catchy. I will say that's kind of catchy. That's pretty catchy.
Ronnie. Right. No, I'm sorry, but if we can't be polite, you're gonna have to wait in the dressing room. Whatever. Do you want to go and wait in the dressing room?
She's taking a mom stance.
No. No what? No. Thank you.
All right, Megan actually
Sit
is
up
being a
straight.
mother.
You're ruining my shot.
That's 10 seconds, everybody.
Noko.
Fucking right, Noko.
What's that? What's no?
Bring in 5, 4, 3.
Welcome back. For our final segment tonight, Stacey and I are delighted to be joined by Heat Rash.
Who?
Their new album, Girls and Why We Love Them All, comes out this weekend. So, let me see if I can get this right. It's Nolan,
I write the songs.
Ronnie.
That's what it says on the tattoo.
Oh, you've got a tattoo of your name on yourself. Okay.
In case he forgets it.
This raconteur, you must be Chinny. Why do they call you Chinny?
It's because of this ugly old thing.
I don't know what you mean. God, you're so fucking embarrassing. Dale. Crikey, Dale, you do not look old enough to be in a band.
I get that a lot. I'm actually 23, the oldest one. I have a growth disorder.
Oh, well, that's sad.
So sorry, I didn't know that.
It's so cool, Petey.
He's only messing with you.
He's actually 58.
Huh?
Okay, right, I see. You're going to be a handful, aren't you, boys?
Mum,
And you must be TP. What does TP stand for?
Tiny prick.
It stands for team player.
I see.
Wow.
How long have you had that nickname?
Ever since Nolan decided Terry Prodance was a shit name for a member of a boy band.
Noko, Ronnie.
Yeah, Noko, Ronnie.
Sorry, what does no-co mean?
Ah, it's the opposite of Soko.
Fuck's sake. Soko. Yeah, so cohesive. You pretees say cool.
Right, okay. Thank you, Stacey.
Sorry about her.
Not your fault. She's uneven.
So you guys met through a popular show.
I hate
on
these
one of
people.
our rival channels, didn't you?
Yeah, team players with a Z.
With the Z.
How did that work then?
Well, actually, Dale and I knew each other from school. We were actually classmates. And
Fuck's sake, Nolan, mate. Give someone else a chance. We all went on team players. We all auditioned. The judges put us into bands. And, yeah,
I hate
we went
this
to their
guy.
houses and they just put us into bands.
it's an example of how we're greater than the sum of our parts when we work in harmony.
And occasionally singing it.
So every week on the show, they get these bands and they give them a song that the producer just found from under the bin somewhere.
Actually,
to
I
perform.
write the song.
And the public
Poor
will
guy.
phone in and decide which song they like best.
Right, and then the losers would be eliminated.
Mum.
Noko. Petey, so Noko.
The band who get the most approval get to play their song again.
Sure. So what happens to the losers then?
Mum.
What do I keep doing
We don't use the L word anymore.
Shut up. I hate.
Would you please stop saying that?
That word is a pejorative. It's a word designed to diminish. At Go Getters, I learned very early that we only win when everybody wins.
Sorry, that's not real life, is it? That's just sports board. no?
Sports board!
I thought you were Soko.
Yeah, I am so good.
Nah, you're a shrinker. Can't be friends with shrinkers.
She doesn't know what you're talking about. She doesn't understand.
So I do understand, actually, Stacey.
What's a shrinker?
Well, a shrinker.
What's
is-
a preety, Mum?
Well, I think it means someone who's older, doesn't it?
Pre-territories.
It's someone who turned 18 before the new future. We call you pretees.
Uneven.
Mimis. Nonks.
It's not her fault she's old. She can't help it.
That old.
I'm trying to help you here.
I don't think I need your help.
See? Total Mimi.
Is that so?
Yes, obviously.
You know what the real problem with you lot is? You just can't get over the fact that your beloved Disrupt are gone and you just don't fit in anymore.
I hate you so
But
much.
the truth is, Disrupt were violent, no-co, bricks being led by a fucking psycho. I'm glad they lost, and you should be too.
Listen, not everyone over 30
Angie.
supported Disrupt, Stacey.
Not everyone, no, but one fuck-off lot of you did.
Shut up.
Soko, Stacey. Soko.
I hate all of these people.
We've all learned maybe a little bit more than we expected to there. I'm genuinely delighted to have met Heat Rash. And before we end the show tonight, I think you're going to sing for us, aren't you?
Yes, that's right. We're going to sing a song from Girls and Why We Love Them All called Pieces of My Heart, which is about a real relationship I have with an actual girl.
Oh, Nolan, give it a rest, mate. No one cares. Go on, let's get on these stools, lads.
Right.
Poor Nolan, man. Poor Nolan.
So, Stacey, can I get your contact?
Oh, she's 15. Go on, piss off and sing your song, Terry.
Right you are.
Yuck.
So, here they are with their latest single, Pieces of My Heart.
Yeah, upset,
Are you
yeah.
excited, Stacey?
Not for me, no. I only listen to blip music and a bit of jizzcore. Pop music is...
Ah, yes, I know I meant to mention this earlier. Apparently, these newfangled boy bands change singer all the bloody time. Try and follow along, eh?
Oh boy.
Whoever is currently singing the lead vocal.
You got it.
I saw you standing by the menu center with a brand new pair of Lakers, baby. Do you remember? You took the first of the
This is sad.
pieces of my heart. Wandered into a bush and grabbed a vodka instead. Took our assets and our wealth and drew them out of the bag. I gave you little pieces of my heart.
Jesus, this is terrible.
I didn't know two hearts could ever feel like this, girl. It's like you were custom made for me by Remington's fist. I take all of the loves that didn't last and leave them in the uneven past. Share the new future as my bride. You snatch me inside. There's no need to hide all the times that you cried. As my old man used to say, you blow me
I hate this.
away. I just want
This
you
is
to
terrible.
stay. I don't want you to pay. You make me crazier than Neil today.
A reference to our boy, at least.
On Liberation Night, girl, I was sitting beside you. We sat there shaking all the way through incisors. We held each other.
God damn it.
Fell apart. We took a train through all the territories and we threw away the rules and wrote our personal stories. You took a dozen pieces of my heart. I didn't know the life could ever feel like this, girl. It's like you were
This is terrible. I hate this.
by Remington's fist. I take all of the loves that didn't last. I leave them there, the uneven past. Share the new future as my bride. Snatch me inside. There's no need to hide all the times you have cried. That's my old mom used to say. Blow me away. I just want you to stay. I just want you to play. You make me crazier than Neil. Make me crazier than Neil today.
This is terrible. I hate this song. It's so bad.
And now I'm staring at your membership card. There's your picture beaming brighter than a handful of flaws. I'm trying to find the pieces of my heart and leave them in the uneven parts. Share the new future as my bride. You snatch me inside. There's no need to hide all the times that you cried. As my old man used to say, you blow me away.
I hate this. This is terrible.
I just want you to play. Make me crazier than Neil. Crazier than Neil. Crazier than Neil today.
This is awful. That was terrible.
Thank you, Crash. That was actually really good.
Lies.
Best of luck. Thank you for coming in. Now it's almost time for final thoughts tonight. And I've actually asked Stacey to write a few, and they're just being programmed onto the auto cue now. Now, I have no idea what she's going to say. So, fingers on that bleep button in the broadcast room, just in case. Take it away, Stacey.
My name is Stacey. I guess you know that by now. Don't know why I put that in there. Anyway. I don't watch the news. There's no need. You hear all the important stuff from your mates, so I don't know what's considered important anymore. But I'm pretty sure that it's not rehashed movies and fucking boy bands, so... Anyway. I'm going to talk about what's important to me.
Alright.
When Advance were first elected, 6 years ago, I was 9, and in a home. Not a family home, like you call a home. This was a state children's home. It was fucking awful, actually. It was like a Charles Dickens book. The roof leaked and the walls were damp some mornings. Food was bad. Drugs and alcohol were everywhere. No one cared. You had to watch your back all the time because there weren't enough staff to manage us. And yes, as you'd imagine, there was a lot of... Some bad stuff went down there with some of the staff. Okay. Not all of them, but the others knew, and they didn't stop it. And then Advance won the election. And like a miracle, things started to change. They got better. Had nicer food. The home was not just repaired, but redecorated and kitted out with books and sports stuff and musical instruments and video games. Most of the staff were fired, and the new ones, which there were more of, spent time talking and working with the bullies. And you know what? A second miracle. It worked. The bullying stopped. My life, got better.
I don't care.
Because finally, there was enough
Advance
money to do
still
good
killed
things, and
millions
Advance
of people.
had the guts to do it. I joined Go Getters, and on Liberation Night, that gave me a group of friends that I could talk with when the bombs went off and the power went out. Another miracle. I wasn't alone anymore.
Yeah,
And that
too
was the
bad
night I
10
finally
million
understood the
people
importance of
died.
being in a team. So here's my final thought. I know the people who were doing better under the old system long to go back. You say, we were freer, but what you mean is, we were richer. But for every one of you, there is 100 of me. And even now, after all you've had taken away, you are still doing better than I am, than I likely ever will. You still have homes of your own and families.
10 million people
And I'll
died.
never have that. So maybe you should stop looking for the worst interpretation of everything this amazing government does and realise
10 million people died.
it's for the millions like me.
What about the
And you can
millions
cry
who
and
are
bleat all you
dead
want,
from
but
the
you're never gonna get your money
explosions?
back because it's already been spent on miracles.
Stand by.
Let's keep making tomorrow better.
And we're out.
Is that all right? Yes, that was more than all right.
I think you might have actually given
Millions of people were murdered.
Gonna be taking me back to the home.
I don't care what Advance has done that was good. They purposely murdered millions of people.
Talk about our options, if that's okay.
Millions of people.
So they're always there then.
There was a thing a few years ago.
Oh, did that Jeremy bloke? I heard about that. Everyone did. Were you here back then? Doesn't look old
Oh,
enough.
poor Jeremy. I miss Jeremy. Jeremy would be sickened with what he's seen. All offensive words were censored, an interference-free show, an exceedingly poor edit. Advance angered by content. Disrupt, ruin the broadcast. I have received my full wages. I am currently broke as poor. Channel 1 still isn't happy with me. Ruined, yeah. Showed up for 2 seconds saying stand by and it's not over. 1975. Sadly it doesn't stop on 1984. That'd be funny. Day 2079. And uppance come. Oh no, not the uppance. You once again find yourself sitting inside Bozeman's office. Everything is pristine and orderly, just how the fastidious man likes it. Though it's rare for him to be late. The door opens behind you just as you start to imagine the reason why. Winston, you're already here. Good. I'm gonna die. Keep it brief. We both know your direction to this role is somewhat lacking. You've been here almost 6 years, and in that time, you checked some notes on the desk. Doesn't seem like a great start. You have a problem following simple and clear instructions. A prime example of this is when you played that Disrupt propaganda tape a few years back. We're still feeling the consequences of that today. He frowns and shakes his head. Well, you knew that one would probably keep coming back to bite you. Your involvement, whether or not it could be proved in the Disrupt attack, has not been overlooked. That night cost Channel 1 significantly, financially and to our reputation. You better believe I've had a share of evidence. Well, we'd certainly not be talking now. Gulp. Your general attitude leaves much to be desired. Never willing to go above and beyond for the role, to work the extra hours when required, refusal to attend corporate events and functions. These things are all noticed, you know. Is he ever gonna let that go? Look, Winston, I'm going to be blunt. I don't like you. If I had my way, you'd been out the door long ago. But now we're under public ownership. It's much harder to get rid of you without an official grievance, and so far you managed to skate just under the line. But want you to know I'm watching for you to slip up. Now get back to work. Well, at least you know how I really feels. Fuck you, Bozeman. Eat shit. I hate you too, buddy. I'm surprised I'm not dead. 2303. A foregone conclusion. Crimbus. It's late. It's been snowing all day, and unlike everybody else, you stayed inside as much as possible, keeping warm. Normally, you'd enjoy the snow, but today it's been nothing more than an irritant. Still, tomorrow you've got the day off, and I might actually be able to enjoy it. Sam always gets excited when they see the snow. When they were younger, they'd always wrap the kids up and take them out to play in it. It's been a while since that happened, though. The new place still doesn't feel quite as cozy, especially as you can't afford to put the heating on. Sam bustles in from the cold, carrying some groceries. Could you use a hand, please? Lots of the stairs from here to the car. Their arms are full, and they're clearly struggling to get everything to the kitchen. But then, you have been at work all day, and they spent most of it at home, as usual. Why don't you just use the lift like a normal person? What kind of asshole? As you rush over to help them with their bags, Sam shoots you a grateful smile. I've got most of it. There's just a couple more left downstairs. You head out, getting most of the way to the lift before you remember it's out of order. When you grab the bags, you realize Sam has picked up everything to make fajitas your favorite. Clearly, it's not all bad. Forget the weather and the unpaid bills, and as you cook in your delightfully tiny kitchen, laughing together like you used to. For the first time since moving in, you think, as Sam flicks your sour cream across the table at you. You're making happy memories again. Money isn't everything. A little while later, 2340. Nice. A time for reflection. It's been over 13 years since your dad died. You visited his grave a few times since then. Normally during times of stress, or when you're just trying to figure something out, or when you just want some peace and quiet. Today is no difference. You feel Sam's hand on your shoulder, giving you a reassuring squeeze. You're grateful that they're still here with you. Just having them by your side always seems to make things easier. The caw of a raven catches your attention as it flies away. Charles Winston, cherished son forever in our hearts. A parent should never have to bury their child, particularly Charlie, who never even had a chance to grow up. He had so many dreams, so much potential, so much he wanted to do. It's not fair. Only you could change it. Susie, despite everything she's been through, is still a rock for the rest of you. She'll be a great mother to the twins. They couldn't have found a more loving home. There have been a lot of arguments over the years, but you wouldn't have changed a thing. You're still amazed at how far your daughter has come. She's one of the best things in your life. Oh, Chris. You always had your ups and downs with Chris, but that doesn't mean they deserved. If you haven't given them your passport, they'd be safe. And Sam was so happy about it at the time. The choices we make. The best laid plans. She may be be in albeit expensive care home now, but it's still comforting to know your mother is around, even if she barely recognizes you anymore. Her presence is always reassuring. You could do with that now. You turn away and wander in the direction of the car. You can't control life. What happens, who lives, and who dies. All you can do is keep going and see what gets thrown at you next. What is life if not a series of little decisions that define us? And we'll never know which ones would take us one way and which would bring us here. Man, I miss my son. I'm sad. He was just a boy. He didn't deserve any of this. He was just a boy. Pro-government censoring won't alter your broadcast score, but it will be noticed. The finale. 7 years since the election.
Right. Let's try and get through this one with as little pain as possible, eh, Winston? I know advance have allowed the studio to fall into disrepair. It's all gone wrong since they took over. Not that the alternative would be better. We'd have been stuck with something like those dangerous psychopaths at Disrupt. But the show must go on. One more time, anyway. Quick point before you start. We've had a few problems with the machinery lately. Locked buttons, screens flickering on and off,
Thanks.
sparks and the like. Try not to make things any worse.
I'm not playing your daily report. Fuck off.
Of the SFX buttons these days. Make sure to use them whenever I would deem appropriate.
Oh, eat shit, Bozeman.
Not even a cake.
Sorry, no.
Patrick! It's Patrick!
How old are you then, Cole?
And Robin!
Here we go, big smiles.
I've actually gained a year. I celebrated 44 last year, but it's actually this year. Brilliant.
You're 44. I'm going in 5.
Oh, God.
4, 3.
All right.
Good evening and welcome.
Hello, Megan.
With some audience responses, Alex.
I'm Megan, and I'm joined, as always, by the inimitable Robin and Patrick. How are we?
Well, we have got so much going on tonight. I'm excited.
I'd say I'm about a 12, Megan.
On the excitement scale.
Yeah, exactly. We have got so much SoCo stuff coming up.
We sure do. We have celebrity chef Jordan Brankley, who will be cooking up a store.
We'll be announcing the winners of our big competition, Visions of the Future.
And we'll be joined by a very special guest for a game of Wheel of Truth. And I'll even be showing you how to make your own Leader's Day gift. We've got all of that and so much more tonight on The Nightly Show.
Oh, I was a little early.
The fight is not over. We have grieved our loss, and we have hardened our hearts.
Well, well, well.
We have lived with death.
Look who's here.
There is no price too great for liberty. I can be silenced, but your thoughts cannot. And each day, just like before, we gain hearts and minds. Because the truth is like that. Irresistible. We're back. And we're only getting started.
Right, let's have some applause on the way into the next section.
Cases by Chef Jordan Rankley. But first, we know you love them, so Robin's going to give us an update on our lovely Nightly Show pets in Pet Corner.
Fine, suit yourself.
Well, Megan, first up we have our hamster, Lord Cheeks. Now, he's a squat winter grey with the scientific name Adipem stultus, and he lives here with us in this cage. Hamsters love hoarding, and they actually have special pouches in their cheeks for storing food. He loves carrots, apples, and chewing tobacco. Now, hamsters
Hilarious.
are nocturnal, so we'll do our best not to wake him up. But let's just see if we can... Well, the door has been left open. It looks as though Lord Cheeks has actually gone for a little wander. But I'm sure he will be around here somewhere. In the meantime, let's say hello to our tortoise. Now,
Tortoise.
after last month's viewer vote, she is now, of course, called Slow Barbara. And don't panic, even though it is December, Babs here doesn't actually hibernate. Let's say hello. Oh, she's sleeping. Oh, Babs. Oh. Those are our Nightly Show pets, Megan, both alive and well. Back to you.
With SFX, less is more, Alex.
Or some
They're
very
both dead.
similar animals at the same time.
That's
tomorrow.
bad.
Now then, I hope you're hungry, because if not, you're about to be. Patrick Bannon is with Chef Jordan Rankley, and they're going to be showing us how to knock out
Yup.
a delicious apple pie. It's time to go into the kitchen.
Oh boy. I wonder who this is a reference to.
I'm joined here by Chef Jordan Rankley. Welcome.
I wonder
to
who
the
this
Night
is a
Show
reference
kitchen.
to.
How does it compare to the kitchens you're used to?
I love the colours. It's vibrant. It's fresh. It's fun about all the arseholes. Yes?
Sorry?
What?
So, you own 6 restaurants. You've
Oh,
been
gee, I
awarded
wonder.
9 Ballon Massifs across your career, and you've worked alongside the best chefs in the world. Tonight you've got me. Oh, are you worried?
Am I fucking worried? Are you worried? Are you fucking worried?
Yes. So, what are we making today,
It's
Chef?
so dumb.
So, we've got a family over for Leaders' Day. They're hungry. We're going to make them a delicious apple pie.
Ooh, lovely.
It's got sweetness. It's got the acidity of the fruit, and then you get the richness of that pastry. Incredible.
Wow, okay, so where do we start?
So we're going to start.
They're
by making our
spot
filling.
on with
We've got
this.
A kilogram
It's-
of fresh cooking apples here. Fucking beautiful. And we're going to slice these up perfectly.
It is a perfect imitation of him. I love that.
So, your new show, Demon Kitchen Heart Eater, starts on Friday here on Channel 1. So, tell us about that.
So, teams of young chefs come into my kitchen, and one by one I destroy them emotionally. And if there's time, I teach them some basic knife skills. Fuck me, Patrick. What are you doing?
What?
Shit. Is that how you cut? Fuck, you lose a fucking finger.
Oh, really, I've got spares. Right, so once we've done
It's
that,
so
we
good.
set these aside whilst we make the pastry. Yeah.
Yep. Oh. Yeah? Okay. Sugar, butter. We mix that together, and then a whole egg. What are you doing, you fucking donkey? Are your brains
He said the
cells
thing.
in that fucking egg?
Oh, no, chef.
No. Shit. Right. Mix that with a wooden spoon and work in that flour, okay? Work that into a nice ball of dough, just like that.
So, what does the notoriously fierce Jordan Rankley do online?
Shit in bed. What's that? What is that?
It's a bit lumpy.
Lumpy? It could fucking pass for a sack of spuds. Touch that. Touch it.
It's so good.
Yeah? Pathetic. That goes into chill. Now, we're mixing our filling.
It is spot on.
Sugar. Cinnamon.
So, you own 6 restaurants across 5 territories. Which is your favourite?
Are you mixing that or fucking it?
What?
Are you going to light a candle? Take it out to dinner? Fucking mix it for fuck's sake. Right, now we're rolling out 2/3 of our pastry. Bit of flour into the dish.
And the filling goes next, right? The filling goes next.
Why are you watching this? Do you remember how it feels to be informed?
Back with Disrupt, our boys.
Do you remember Jeremy Donaldson?
I do.
Because I do. I remember how he died.
We all do.
And now I watch this excuse of a program, and I realize he was 100% right. Disrupt's first martyr died protecting this show. If you could see it now, you'd wonder why he bothered.
Oh, Jeremy, I miss you, my friend.
With a beaten egg.
Lovely. Okay. Egg.
What the hell?
Ta-da! What do you think?
Oh my god. You, come here, you. That's a disgrace. I'd rather dry my eyeballs up my fucking arse than look at that. I'd rather use my tongue to tie my shoes after a fucking shit-kicking contest, do you understand?
Then it goes in the oven for 45 minutes.
Oh, put your fucking head in the oven while you're at it. Useless. You, come here, you.
I miss Jeremy.
You're the worst fucking thing to happen to food since cyanide. Do you know that? I tell you what. Fuck off. Get the fuck out of here. Fuck off.
Okay, well, while I do that, let's go
I
now
love it.
to
It's
Megan
so perfect.
and Robin, who will be announcing the winners of our competition.
Visions of the future!
Visions of the future.
Well, that looks delicious. If you want to follow along at home, then make sure you write in with a
Oh,
stamped
God,
envelope
please
and
do
we'll
not
send you a fact
follow
sheet.
along at home,
So,
and
Robin,
you
look
don't
at all
want
these
dysentery.
amazing entries to the Vision of the Future competition.
Yes, we challenged you to show us your predictions of the future, and we were just inundated with entries, weren't we, Megan? From wacky inventions to global problem solving, they are all amazing, and we had the best time looking through each one.
It was so tough narrowing it all down, so we have some amazing runners-up. In third place, drum roll please, we have Hamish, who's 3 from Lunwelly. He calls this Still Life and Future of God, and it really blew us away. Just look at the line work here, and I can really feel every passionate stroke of the brush.
If you look here, you'll see a beautifully rendered, what I thought at first was a smiley face or perhaps a cat. But I think if you really look, you'll see it's actually a representation of the seeming futility of death through the eyes of the living.
Ah!
He's also chosen to just leave a lot of it blank.
He's a child.
If you know Hamish and his work, of course, he loves focusing on the negative space rather than the image itself.
Stunning, absolutely stunning, and such talent from one so young, Megan. But next up we have our second place entry. So in second, drum roll please, we have Keith, 41 from Dungleys. Yeah, Keith, we were sort of aiming this towards our younger viewers, but still, he has sent in his idea of the future, which he's calling Ravaged Earth.
Indeed, he says in his really rather detailed notes, deprived of basic resources, society will resort to a brutal system of weekly battles to the death, where only the victor may breed. He also says at the bottom here, either that or about the same, but maybe a bit worse.
I really love his attention to detail. You can see the sort of gladiatorial arena, and then what I can only assume is Keith himself pulling off this chap's head and shouting, "Come back to me, Linda!" Oh, Keith. Maybe if you spent more time outdoors and less time entering children's competitions, she might not have left.
Special one there. And finally, of course,
Wow.
it's time to reveal our winner. All our runners-up will receive a day out at an inflatable Happy Land.
That sounds
on an
depressing.
industrial estate just off the A40. Sorry about that, Keith. But our lucky winner will win the chance to spend the day at the Department of Change to see
Oh,
how
God.
our teammates are actually making the new future a reality every day. And the winner is, drum roll please.
Happy with that.
Spent my whole life searching for truths. Sometimes I found them. Other times I've not
I
been
miss
so lucky.
Jeremy.
I used to rant about belief.
I want him back.
The
He
drug
was
in the
so
water.
better.
But I was wrong. I admit that. It's not in the water. It's right here. In this screen. In this show. This is your belief juice. You drink it nightly. Through your eyes. And it makes you stupid and asleep.
It's getting involved in the party, aren't they? This one seems to have gone a bit haywire. In what I can only assume is an ominous sign of things to come. Lovely, Lola.
Well, if our winners
Damn.
have inspired you to make some artwork of your own, do keep
I
sending
miss Jeremy.
them in. And you also
I want him back. He was so much better than these other hosts.
Everyone who took part. We're going to take a break now, but when we come back, we'll be playing the Wheel of Truth and making some lovely homemade gifts. Don't go away. We'll be back after this.
I don't know what you did, but it's definitely made things worse down there, Winston. Probably going to be more trouble for you in this segment. What do I care? I'm done anyway. Handed in my notice this morning. The moment the show finishes, I'll be out the door. So you may as well just do what you want, as usual.
Eat shit, Bozeman.
Done, and I'll take you out through the loading bay.
A! I got an A. Oops.
Best show off my emerging womanly curves. After much pacing, and I confess, a few tears. I settled
Oh, it's still going. I was like, why can't I take it out? Because it's currently on.
sweetheart blouse and the necklace Harry had given me when we'd met in the woods and I'd allowed him to frock on my glance.
It's an honest account of my childhood, because in the new future,
I hate you.
there's no need for secrets.
There was just so much injustice in the world, I realized, as Portia Hamilton Mann lured my best friend into the convertible her daddy had bought her for Easter. How had I failed to predict the perils of
It's playing havoc with the sound.
It's bad out there. We're being stretched again.
Let's use a high pass filter.
It's a revolution, Colin.
Ooh.
Well, can you ask them to keep it down a bit?
Oh
Jenny,
shit.
where's Glenn? Can we get him out here? I'm not sure about this grandmama.
Oh, he's right with our other guests at the moment.
I just wouldn't say grandma. Yes, grandmother's arsehole. It's much better.
Oh, okay, everyone, if I can have your attention, please. Sarah just needs a word.
Apparently there's been some sort of disturbance near the studio. Now, I'm sure it's nothing
It's
to worry
time.
about, but I wanted to let you know that I've asked for extra security, and they're already on their way.
Thanks, Sarah. Okay, 10 seconds, so positions and pose. Okay, this time you've said it. Laughing, and we're going in 5, 4, 3.
Don't forget the SFX buttons.
Michelle, I'm sorry, we were just saying we can't wait to taste Patrick's pie. Oh, I don't know, I think I could wait.
Well, here it is, fresh out the oven.
Yeesh.
Well, it does look amazing.
That is something.
Well, let's just say that pie's got more crust than my grandmother's arsehole.
Well, thank you for that.
Asshole.
Come on, try it, dig in. Okay. Woo.
Mm.
Oh my god. Oh lord. Oh, that's really something, Patrick. That's delicious.
But now you better go and get
Something.
ready for our next feature.
Every night we play a game of Wheel of Truth with our
Wheel
celebrity guests.
of
But I know what
Truth.
you're thinking. Megan, we've only got one celeb guest. Well observed, viewers, well observed. Well then, I better bring her out. Should I? The surprise guest? What do you think? Here she is, best-selling author, lawyer, and thinker. I mean, she's only the blooming team leader. It's Julia Thornbury.
Oh god.
Oh, well.
Ew. Seriously?
Oh, Megan, you look incredible. Stop it. I was just about to say the same thing. Now, don't get too comfortable. It's time to head over to Robin and Patrick as we play Wheel of Truth.
Come on. Blech. Indeed. It's a blech indeed.
Right, it's that part of the show where we pit our celebs against each other to see if we can break them.
That's right, Robin. They're going to spin the wheel to pick a round, and it could be anything from box of flies to slap my face. They really have no idea what's in store.
So up first we have Jordan. Let's give it a spin.
Yeah, here we go.
Oh boy. Truth.
Okay, let's see what you've landed on. Okay, it's fact or fib. Jordan,
Fact or
is it
fib?
true that you've been known to order takeaway for a dinner party and pass it off as your own cooking?
Just one fucking time. One time. Well, I think if that pie was anything to go by, you did them a favour.
Oh, not so fast there, Julia. Fact or fib? We've heard you've got a very interesting way of saving time doing the laundry.
Oh my god!
Go on, why don't you tell us about it?
You absolute... No, I can't. Okay, we'll just...
It's early morning as I record this. Maybe you'll see this tonight, or next week, or never. It takes a lot to even get these on the air. Many small acts of rebellion. So don't worry. The fact that you can hear this at all proves it.
I can't No! Honestly, raise my taxes. We're clearly not paying you enough.
Come to my dressing room after the show. We'll sort you out.
Oh, are you blushing, Patrick? Is all this talk of bras embarrassing you?
I'm not blushing. Come on then, you, Julia. Spin the bloody wheel.
Spinning the wheel. We spin the wheel. I don't think I've been talking much. I just don't have much to say. I've been in shock for most of this so far.
I'm going to show you a picture, and you simply have to guess that
Face.
face. Okay, you ready? Here we go. Julia. Oh, who's that?
Oh my god!
Is that you?
Yes! Look, it was a very difficult time fashion-wise.
Do
don't. I think it's sweet.
A mullet is as popular now as it's ever been.
Oh, well, don't get too ahead of yourself there. Jordan, who is this? Does not look familiar at all.
Oh, wow! I'm glad I was getting fashion advice from someone who managed to make 7 look like 85.
Hell. Where did you find that monstrosity? I look like I'm haunting the fucking place.
Right. We've got to move on. Jordan, let's have another spin.
Okay, here we go.
All right, Jordan, spin the wheel. What's next? Wheel of Fortune Truth.
It's my go, Patrick. Go on. Sorry, I'm so keen. Let's go so much. Oh, well, you're in for a treat.
Yeah.
It's fact or fish.
Factor fish.
If you look under your podiums, you will find a lovely fish smoothie. Now, I'm going to ask you both a question, and all you have to do is answer it honestly, or else you'll have to drink the smoothie. Okay? Are you ready for the question? Yes. Here we go. Which of your esteemed hosts is the more talented one? Oh, what a cop-out!
How is it?
Oh, we made it extra fishy.
I need my fucking mouth. Do you know how much these taste buds are worth?
Well, we've got time for one more quick spin, so go, Julia, go!
Wheel of Truth. What's next?
Julia, take a look in that box under your desk there.
Rat.
I think Lord Cheeks is trying to get in on the game. Bless him.
Julia, what have you got in that box? It's not cheese, is it?
Juggling balls? What am I supposed to do with these?
Well, give it a go for us.
But I have absolutely no idea what I'm doing.
Come on.
Yes, let's all dance to a tune. Dance, puppets, dance.
She's doing it. She's fucking doing it.
Even Bozeman is sick of it. Lame.
So impressive. I have to say, unexpected. Wow. Gosh, that was our game.
She's disgusted.
Oh my God, wasn't that fun?
Think Bozeman is losing it? Yeah.
And now it's time to head over to Megan in Crafty Corner.
I think you might be using those sound effects a little too much there.
Oh, shut it.
Crafty Corner, where today I'm going to be ably assisted by Julia. Come on over here. Goodness me, I don't know how you're keeping your dinner down. I can still smell that fish.
Well, to be honest, I've had worse. I used to eat at Peter Clement's house.
I hate you.
Well,
I hate
hope you've
you.
got your artsy hat on because today we're going to be making something very close to my heart. It's our little studio. Look at
Aw.
that. Isn't it adorable? All of us there on the sofa.
Wow. Oh, it's gorgeous. Oh, is that all you in there?
Yeah, it is. If we can just get a little zoom in, there we are. Oh, I don't know about you, Julia, but I always leave my holiday shopping to the last minute.
Oh, every year. I do it every year.
Well, luckily these make amazing gifts. Shall we get
Lame.
cracking?
Oh, yes, please.
We're going to
These are
start
some losers.
a shoe box here. And Julia, that's it. Grab those scissors. I just want you to get rid of this front panel here.
Perfect. Will do.
Are you big celebrators in your house, Julia?
Oh, yes. No, in my house, we show our love through food. Like big dinners, loads of drink.
Right. That's the best bit about any holiday. It's all that food.
This bit as well.
Absolutely right. Cutting along the line there. Do be careful with the scissors at home. Make sure you're being supervised if you are a child. There we go. Fabulous.
There we go.
Okay, so it's going to look a little something like this, and I've got one here I made earlier. We painted it with a bit of poster paint, white to match our lovely curtains here in the studio, but you can obviously have whichever backdrop you like.
Like a nice shiny gold number.
Well, exactly right. So we're going to make bits of our set now to put in the studio, perhaps a little desk. So I'm just going to grab this piece of card. I've just got it from a cereal box packet. Haven't you? I'll give you this one, Julia. Shall I?
Thank you
There
so
you go.
much.
And all you need to do is cut along the lines there.
Fabulous. So what's the best part of any Leaders' Day dinner, do you reckon?
I don't even have to think about it, really. I love the 3 potato pie.
3 potato pie? I don't know that one.
You know, with the chips covered in the mash or wrapped up in a jacket potato. Is that just me that does that?
I don't know, but that sounds starchy. Well done, Julia. So now she's folding.
Make
over
fun
and
of her.
What it's going to
Bully
look like
her.
At the end is this little rectangular shape there. And we're going to pop it in the middle. Bit of sticky tape on the back there so it sticks down. Now we need a sofa. That's what we need next. We're going to make that out of a lovely paper cup.
Knocking everything over.
Knocking it all over.
I got one though, Megan.
Good, fantastic. You're just going to cut along the line here.
This was the
Middle.
news.
Exactly right. Then when you've done that,
This
go
used to
down
be the
bottom,
news.
And again,
Now we're just a
around the
morning
top.
show.
Well done. When you're done,
This is sad.
it's going to look a little something like this.
We used to be the
Look what I've done
news.
there. I've stuck some felt down. Nice and comfortable sofas.
It's still called the
I've
National
tried Megan
Nightly
having an
News,
uncomfortable sofa.
and we're a morning show.
She'll be on the phone to her tiny agent and getting someone tiny fired.
Yeah. Well, there's only one thing missing, isn't there, Julia? What is that?
A higher caliber of guests.
Nearly. It's people. So all we've done
You're
to
on
make
here.
our little people is we've stuck a cocktail stick into a bottle cap. We just need a face for that now. I've got a good one here. I know it well. It's me. I'm going to stick it down there. A little bit of sticky tape. Oh, my felt's going everywhere. There we go. Oh, I'm a bit lonely. Let's take Robin and Patrick over. Sitting down on the couch over there.
There you go. And well, I'll make myself just comfortable just there.
And these, of course, are all
Lovely.
made and cut out of our favourite newspapers or magazines. So you can have any guests you like.
Sad.
Julia, is there anyone else you'd like in the studio?
Oh, yes. Well, I'm going to be playing Wheel of Truth with Ronnie from Heatrash.
Nice.
Yes, put that way. Yes, he's going to be teaching me choreography, and I'll be teaching him foreign policy.
And of course, you can decorate them however you want. Perhaps you're a bit, I don't know, nostalgic for the old look of our studio. We've got the blue studio down there.
It's him!
Or even a bit of retro red.
It's
I've got
Jeremy.
Sheila Quickstep
It's our
in
friend.
the
It's our
doorway.
boy.
Oh, sorry, that's
No!
Oh, well, we're out of
Give
time.
him back!
It's time for a break.
Damn you!
When we come back, I'll be on the couch of chat talking to some of you, and I just cannot wait. We'll be back after these messages.
Okay, before we suffer through the last... What's that? Seems to be a little kerfuffle in the corridor. One moment.
Bozeman, you okay?
These stories from my formative years in the uneven past are lovingly narrated by national treasure Lawrence.
I miss.
Be worried. We've got the Prime Minister here. It's good that she's here. She's the reason for the extra security.
I miss Jeremy.
You're back. It's not very reassuring. I know. Good thing I'm not your mum, right?
A plus. It's because I focused on Jeremy. It's because I got him in there. Hey Bozeman, you okay? It sounded like. How's that kerfuffle being handled?
It's an honest account of my childhood, because in the new future, there's no need for secrets.
Shut up. I miss Jeremy's best boy. Yes, he fought for what what was right. He is the man, the myth, the legend. Jeremy Donaldson.
It's bad, Mum. Not like before, but so much more than we were expecting. And they're better organised this time. Like someone experienced is running things.
Well, we stopped them before, we can do it again. Thank you, Sarah.
One more thing, Mum. Apparently there's chatter about you. I've requested backup, but well, we're stretched pretty thin, Mum.
I receive death threats like other people receive post. I've learned to take it all with a pinch of salt.
Of course, Mum.
Thank you, Sarah.
That sounded deeply worrying.
Oh, you get used to it. I have.
We don't have to.
What didn't Bozeman tell you?
Tell us what?
Oh, I'm sure he'll tell you when the time is right. Forget I said it.
You literally didn't. Going in 10 seconds.
I don't think she likes me very much.
Oh no, that's just how she shows love.
I don't like you either.
5, 4, 3.
Welcome back to the nightly show, where it's time to get a little intimate.
Oh, the nightly show, not the morning show.
Prime Minister, it's great to still have you with us.
Thanks, Meg.
Megan. Although maybe now's the right time to tell you that you're going to be seeing an awful lot more of me.
Oh, why is that?
Well, I am delighted to announce that starting next week, I will be the new...
You will be
Salisbury, could you get ready to
you will
accompany
be
me?
fucking nothing.
Please remain in place, ma'am. It won't take a moment. Sit rep.
We do apologise to our viewers at home for this unexpected interruption.
I'm sure it's nothing to worry about.
Right, understood. Everyone, please remain calm. How can I help? Can you clear everyone out of that area? Everyone.
Okay, everyone, if we could just clear away from these studio doors. Yeah, that's right, just behind the cameras, please.
Do those doors lock? Is that Colin with the headphones on? Hey, mate, can you lock the doors? Can you not hear me?
Colin!
Oh,
Colin!
shit.
I'll do it.
No, miss, too late. I'm law enforcement, lower your weapons on!
You can stay at the door, lock it.
Oh my god. Disrupt's back. Welcome.
Now listen, there's no need for anyone to...
back down!
Of course, whatever you say.
Are we still alive?
Yes, we're live.
Good.
What's up, Alan James?
It's time for some real news. You, mic me up. Is it working?
I just need to check.
Is it working?
Yes, it's working.
Good. Over there, on your knees. Now.
God damn.
You, next one. Move!
You okay, Colin?
This is the second time Jenny has been held at gunpoint.
Let them go, Mr. James. It's me you want.
Don't flatter yourself. You're not the target here. You're just a bonus.
Oh my god, is it me?
We're not here to take out a person. We're cancelling the whole fucking show. Which camera? I know you're watching this. In your vans, planning your counter-attack. Please, try and control yourselves. Well, I'm sure you know the rest.
This has gone nuts.
We can talk about this.
Oh, we will. I have a lot of questions.
Oh, yeah.
No need for anyone to get hurt.
Where was that attitude during the uprising? You know, the night your thugs killed my friends.
There are innocent people here.
Says the woman who killed 14 million of them. No, I don't feel any great need to answer to you. In fact, get over here.
I don't take orders.
Come here! You move when I tell you to. Give me that.
Alan, don't do it. You're not an executioner.
What am I then, eh? You tell me, Megan Wolf, what the fuck am I?
Just a man who's way in over his head.
Don't patronize me, you smug bitch. I'm not one of your little helpers. Get over here. Kneel beside her. You're just as fucking guilty as she is.
Guilty of what, you fucking psychopath?
All of it! She sat there, smiling, and let it all happen. Jeremy Donaldson died for this program.
Yeesh.
Let it become this. Bread and circuses. Bread and fucking circuses!
Don't you say his name.
I beg your pardon?
I said, don't you say his name. You don't get to do that!
You're angry at the wrong person, love. She's the one that killed him. The first victim of her benevolent slaughter. Not the last, though.
All I'm hearing is crazy.
Then maybe you should hear it from the source. Confess. Confess. Fine. Have it your own way.
Stop.
Well, there goes one of them. Sorry, Colin. This makes my head hurt? Yeah. Welcome to the news.
Well, if she dies next, then you.
Tell him what he wants to hear. Ask your questions.
Better. First question. How did you actually think this was all going to end?
In a better world.
Bullshit.
It's the truth! When we came into power, everything was broken. The system worked for so few. There was hunger and poverty and real pain. But you never saw that, Mr. James, because you were doing just fine, thank you very much. We were too
Rip
weak,
Colin,
too weak.
yeah.
It was all good intentions and second chances.
I'm-
and playing by the rules.
I'm censoring
You know,
for
playing fair
disrupt.
gets the people at the bottom fucking nowhere. Someone had to be prepared to actually fight, to do what was required. So I did it. Because no one else was going to.
14 million people.
To save the 60 million here. What would you have done? Let us all starve to death?
You should have found another way.
There was no other way.
Is that how Peter Clement saw it?
Peter was weak.
She's
More
awful.
than I've ever loved anyone, but he was soft and ever. He wouldn't have allowed it to happen. And afterwards, he couldn't sleep. It haunted him. I think he would have killed him in the end anyway. But that's on me, Mr. James. What's on you?
We're not discussing me. Didn't you hear? Disrupt died on the night of the uprising.
And how have we been watching you for months?
Watching me?
You're not the only one who knows how to get people on the inside. We knew you'd pop
This
your
is
grubby little head
so
up again.
sad.
And we've been collecting information just in case you did. There's a recording. A meeting of the so-called Disrupt leadership. It's tiny hidden cameras, very high-tech. Perhaps the public should see what your bosses are talking about when there's no one else around.
We have people at the network jamming your signals, messing with your broadcast room. We'll stop you.
We have people too, and they've been doing this an awfully long time. Prepare the footage on screen 4.
No.
I guess it's up to the broadcast room.
You know, if you play that footage, she dies.
Play it. Play the tape. I've seen it. It's important. It's gonna blow us up anyway, so just play the fucking tape.
No.
Put up the console. Don't let them play that tape. Don't let them play those screens. What's happening? What's happening?
Well, how the fuck should I know?
Someone tell me, what do they choose?
They didn't play it.
They didn't play it. Well done, Alex. Good choice. You get to live. You not so much.
About time.
Why did you do that? Why?
Because that's the only way it ends with people like her. She was never going to stop. Just her and her version of what's best forever. She was a narcissist.
They're gonna kill you, Alex.
Yes, I know. But the movement will stand a chance. We'll all stand a chance thanks to people like Alex.
Oh, Alex is no hero.
But that's what heroism is. For people like us. There are so few times in a person's life where they face a decision that can actually make a difference.
I am.
So disempowered. But in those moments, the choices we make combined with the billions made by everyone else, that defines us. We remake the world one small choice at a time.
Advance isn't just one person. They're gonna have a new leader by morning.
Yes, but this one might be prepared to listen. We need elections. We need a choice.
Disrupt is that choice.
Oh, I don't see any of you stepping up.
You step up every night.
Do you though?
Yeah, making
Seems to me you
crafts and
stopped doing
playing
that a while back.
games.
And even when you did, you just took snide pot shots and undermined everything. You constantly only tell us what's wrong, and it makes us scared and hopeless.
Says the man with a bomb strapped to his chest.
Go, go!
Nobody move! You know how this works? I keep my thumb down on this, and we all get to have a peaceful night. Megan, come here.
Pathetic!
Shut the fuck up.
Don't you even want to know who's pulling your strings, what they say about you behind your back?
I said, nobody move!
Think you're a joke, Alan. They're using you.
I said, shut up!
And when you've done what they want, they're gonna throw you to the wolves. It's in the tape, Alan. See what everyone else
I censored a bit
Alan.
too long.
You're a joke. A nut job. A sad, pathetic.
Well, there goes Jenny.
Shut the fuck up.
Can't have naughty language on my show.
Don't blame me. I didn't make the choices. I just played the hand I got dealt.
Jenny, no. Yes. Oh boy. That was nuts. Lawrence Blundercatch remains beloved in the nation and hated in the industry. Jesus is still seeking funding to get to the moon. He also needs scientists and engineers. Lil C's new album, Be On My Age, has flopped. Her father seems indifferent for the result. Craglar is unhappy. Sophia Remington remained in the Malvanian embassy for 6.5 years. She has yet to face trial. Archibald Vieta III returned to dry land and released a concept album entitled Journeys to the Wrong. Overcoming a lifetime of persecution, Eric Justin went on to become a leading figure in the increasing militant Ginge activist movement. Jeremy Donaldson. What a man. Poe Baverstock did amazing on that. Yup. And that's just how it ends. Frankie Fun, supporting artist, yeah. Yep, that's just how it goes. Poor Jeremy. May he rest in peace. Jeff's minion / terrorist. Crazy Neil ex-wife. Despite her death, Helena Canterbury boat, she continues to work. She recently won back Best Actress Award for her role as a mafia boss's paperweight. What the fuck? So, any questions? I love this game. It's so good. Oh, it's so good. I think you need to lie down. That's totally fine. Pleasure Corp's upward trajectory seems unstoppable. There's only been one luxury cruise disaster and the cast of people survived. The Telethon cast. Never did the Telethon. It was a long thing. Crazy Neil lives in the capital with his 9th and 10th wives. He now sells mostly indulgences. Crazy Neil, man! Oh, Crazy Neil. How fantastic. Beautiful. Crazy Neil's surreal deals and Crazy Neil's macabre deals. Dance with Sugar Plum Fairy, Minuet, Little Swans. Ah, so good. Painted Red, SS Funship, We're Having a Baby. Pieces of My Heart. Julia, Come Together. Bring it all down. Special thanks. Beautiful. The picturesque town of St. Bumley on the Tank continues to thrive. The whole was recently named the Area of Outstanding Natural Beauty. And of course, we get a little after credits scene.
Welcome all of the boys and girls and everybody else as well to Frankie Fun's Wacky Fun House of Wax.
Frankie! Is this the one I already already had? What are the odds I'd get the exact same thing?
I'm Frankie Fun, and this is the Wacky Fun House of Wax! But where's Doofnut?
Doofnut.
Let's call for him. Doofnut!
This is the exact same thing I had before.
Are we ready for wacky, zany goofs galore?
Oh, poor Jeff.
I can't hear you, Doofnut.
Yes, I'm ready.
How's it going, Jeff?
Better. Now then. Whoa! It's the bonk alarm.
Oh, this looks like hell. I have unlocked image Wacky Fun. I have reached one. Yeah, it was the same one I had before. Damn. What are the chances? Julia's judgment all fall down. A brighter future. Changing of the guard. Jeremy's injustice. An accord. Inevitable advancement. A better Jeremy. I want Jeremy. There's no better Jeremy. A new leaf. Oh, that's a new leaf. This is a renewed mandate. Under new management, chaos reigns. The middle ground. No, we already watched the Wacky Fun show. But yeah, that's it. Jeremy, yeah, I think I just inadvertently went down the same path I did when I played this the first time.
Good evening. I'm Megan Wolf.
And I'm Jeremy Dawes. Our main headlines tonight.
Huh. Yeah, I think I inadvertently did it the same way I did it the first time. Which sucks, but oh well. Yeah, that's it. That is it for today. This game is so sad. Oh, 100%. This is depressing as shit. Let's raid. Ghosty Boy Live. Let's do that. Thank you guys for joining me. It's always a pleasure to have you here. And follow me on social media if you want. Buy this game. It is fantastic. I highly recommend it. Yeah, thank you guys so much for watching. Join the Discord if you haven't already, and I'll see you all next time. Bye-bye.